Thank you, Monica. Okay, there we go. All right, well, good morning, everyone, again, and welcome to day one of technical review for the WWRP Local Parks category. My name is Carl Jacobs with the Recreation Conservation Office. We have a volunteer panel of advisory committee members with us, ready to help review projects. And we're kicking it off here today with City of Chewelah. We'll have 4 full days of project presentations. So here we go. Larry, I'm going to go ahead and launch your PowerPoint. Can you see that okay?
I do. Thank you.
Excellent. And I'm going to turn off my video. I'm going to hand you a remote control. Usually this works pretty well. If it doesn't, let me know and I can advance slides for you.
Should I do a practice?
There you are. Okay, go ahead and click on the screen and see if you can. Yeah, looks like you moved the mouse. There we go. All right, well, whenever you're ready, you have 12 minutes and go right ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. Carl, panel, I appreciate you taking the time for us to share this project with you. I'm Larry Fetter. I'm the Park and Recreation Liaison with the City of Chewelah, retired Park and Recreation Director, and now live in Chewelah. Joining me today is John Hardy, who's a local expert regarding skateboarding, and he's been hanging in there on this project for over a year and a half with me. So we're excited to show you what this project is all about. Okay, Chewelah is in the northeast corner of Washington State, about an hour from Spokane. And the project is centered in the center of town. So if you look at the yellow shaded circle, our project is dead smack in the middle, which is also dead smack in the middle of the city. The only other thing that I want to bring to your attention on this slide is that our population for the city of Chewelah is 3,000, but our school district population is twice that. It's 6,000. So we didn't show you what that boundary looks like, but it's a much larger circle than this. Okay. Under the category of need and local prioritization, I'm thrilled to tell you that I spent a year working with the city of Chewelah to develop their first PROS plan, Park and Recreation Open Space Plan. It took all of 2023. That was funded by RCO's planning grant. So Chewelah now has its first ever Park and Recreation plan. Thank you very much for that. And so there were several things that we discovered during this planning process. And by the way, this process was very extensive. We did a long, drawn-out survey process that we were happy to get nearly 800 responses to. And that really became the foundation of our plan. We did many focus groups. I did a road show, went to every group that I could find, whether they wanted to hear me or not, and asked them what would they like to see in their park system over the next 5 to 10 years. All of that became, built into our park plan. Many press releases, other task force. We had a task force assigned to the project that met monthly, 20 members from the community. They were just the right people you would want, representing school district, healthcare, business community, etc., Chamber of Commerce. So we had the right people to build this plan. And we discovered several things in the planning process that relate to this project. The number one conclusion, the number one asked for item, and by the way, to get nearly 800 survey responses was incredible. We would have been happy with, to validate at 120 based on our population, but to get 800 responses told me that there was a significant amount of interest in this topic of planning our park system for the future. And people weighed in on all kinds of things you can imagine. And the number one item for Chewelah was a swimming pool. And we'll talk about the swimming pool a little bit in our recreation law slide in a second. But the number two item was youth recreation facilities. Not a big surprise. Lots of communities that's a high interest. It is here in particular because we've had a loss of recreation. We'll talk about that on slide 5 in a minute. Another key discovery was park acreage. We have about half of the total park acreage that we need for our population to meet standard. And park distribution, which is something that needs to happen strategically, getting parks closer to neighborhoods over time. So those are kind of some of the key findings that came out of the park planning process. So focusing on our number 2 item, which was youth recreation facilities, we put together a focus group, mostly teenagers, but other people who are interested in replacing a skateboard park facility that had been neglected and removed. And so we thought we were going to be focused on a skateboard park, but as soon as we started engaging with this population and putting together a program, it became clear to us that what they were asking for was more than just a skate park BMX facility. And that's how this project has evolved. So these are the design criteria that we developed with this, with our stakeholder group. And so we knew we wanted to have something that was youth/teen focused. It would have varied activities. It'd be accessible to all, engaging physically and intellectually. It would be kind of like an outdoor rec room. You'll see that when we get into the design. And a year-round use, in other words, here we get a lot of snow, so it'd be parts of it, hopefully all of it, as much as we can, would be covered. Lighting, so we can extend the use, and it would be family-friendly. That was a big theme that keep coming up in the design meetings. All right, circling back around to lots of recreation here in Chewelah. So mentioned that we lost our swimming pool in 2018. That was due to failed infrastructure. It was quite old. That is still a very deep wound for this community. We don't have a public facility where we can teach swimming lessons or where the kids can go hang out on a regular basis like they used to. So a big loss there. We also recently had our Little League field. Cheweah's only Little League field that's dedicated was sold into private hands in 2020. So that was a loss of recreation. And then in 2022, we lost our public skate facility, also due to failed infrastructure. So these are pictures representing 2 of the biggest community losses for us. All right, site suitability. Excuse me. There are several things about the site that we're proposing that have huge advantages for us. It's centrally located. We talked about that when we looked at the map. People can get to it pretty easily. It's a pre-existing site. I'll show you a picture of that in a second, what it looks like today. It's already publicly owned. We don't have to buy it. People are used to its location. It's got built-in supervision. So this is the complex that you're looking at. It's an entire city block. At one time, it used to be an elementary school. And today we call it the Civic Center. You can see on the left-hand side of your screen is City Hall. And in the center is a big box that says Civic Center. That's a gymnasium, kitchen, meeting space. And then it's also adjacent to other public facilities, including the fire station and library. So this really is a municipal hub for the city. And it used to be the home of the skateboard park before it was decommissioned. So that's the target spot in the upper left-hand corner of our campus where we are going to be proposing these. And when we get into the design, we'll really kind of just highlight exactly what we're proposing. But this just is to give you kind of a site orientation. It's got some other built-in advantages because of its proximity to the Civic Center. We will be able to provide equipment related to the use of the adventure park. So if you want to check out cornhole, or you want to, check out a basketball, or check out field hockey or volleyball, those things would be available at the Civic Center. Also, restrooms, public restrooms are going to be available inside the Civic Center during regular operating hours. So while not ideal, they are available. Site suitability, we have a lot of public interest. So we have, because again, this was a recreation loss, we've got local donors who are interested in contributing to this project. So we're very excited to involve, a large group of people. All right, site conditions. Currently, it's just a slab of concrete. Its dimensions are about, well, it's exactly 118 feet by 86 feet. It has you can see a fence around it. Children are continuing to bring in kind of homemade elements. That's what you're looking at in the center. It is not officially available for use, but no one's running them off. So they are using it in an unsanctioned way, if you will. No one's been injured, fortunately. So they're allowed to use it. But as you can see, it's not a very inviting facility. There's not much there to hold your attention or to inspire you. So that's what we're hoping to accomplish with this project. Okay. Now, something I want to bring to your attention is we're going to reverse scoring criteria as it relates to design and as it relates to public engagement. And the reason that we're reversing those scoring criteria for you is our design came out of the engagement process. So we want to walk you through what that looked like first, and then we'll really drill down in on the design. And I think it'll make sense to you. So when we started this project a year and a half ago, we really thought we were going to build a skateboard BMX facility. But when we started to hold meetings, it was, again, very clear that there was interest by the target group in expanding the program. So, sometimes you have to be careful what you ask for because you just might get it. We invited people on the task force to bring in their ideas. So we held a number of sessions, focus discussions. We did a design charrette around what this facility might look like. And we really tried to keep the best elements that were brought to us. And I think we've done that. So we thought we were starting here, but the group kept bringing in these various other ideas like, hey, how about a sport court? And hey, wouldn't it be great if we could just have access to other stuff while we're there? And, since we've got lawn next door, could we just figure out a way to use that lawn? And then what about some other interesting, instead of just a swing set, could we do something interesting? Maybe it's a bench seat. And it started to sound more and more like an outdoor rec room. So really, if I had to describe it to someone who didn't know what we were talking about, that's how I would describe it. It's an outdoor rec room. They really wanted a climbing wall. And oops, too fast. And a musical element. And this one kind of took us by surprise a little bit because not everyone, is interested in the same thing, especially in this target population. So we started having conversations about how we could incorporate music elements, interactive, so that you could be, tapping on the drums or clanking various xylophone things. And it's part of the same experience. And so this is a concept. We really are married to this idea of bringing music into it. And this is just an idea to illustrate to you that would be an important design element for us. And the last one, we don't have the details worked out exactly, but we want it covered. We do get a lot of snow here, so we'd like to have a hard shell if we can. But if not, a minimum would be to get some shade so that we can use it in the very hot summer days that we have here. So these are items that were brought to us by the stakeholder group, and we appreciate that they were really thinking outside the box, and it helps shape our design. Now, regarding design, I'm going to hand this over to John Hardy. He's been our design expert as it relates specifically to the skate and BMX portions of this. But we really challenged him and asked him to include some other elements. So we got a couple slides that John's going to talk through.
Hey, Larry and and John, you're over time already. You only have 12
Oh my
minutes.
gosh.
Yeah. Um, Jill, I don't know if you had a quick question or you want to wait till. Oh, I just saw your hand up. Anyway, just go ahead and go through the rest of your presentation. We just won't have as much time for like the feedback at the end, but you'll get some written
Thank
comments.
you. We'll make it brief. Okay.
Okay.
So extreme quick background on myself. Been skateboarding for 30 years. Some portion of that time was semi-professionally traveling the country, doing skateboard demos and running skateboard camps. So I've visited hundreds of skate parks across North America. So in talking with Larry about the design here, we really wanted to keep this, super accessible and inclusive for the whole community here. So, some of the elements we have, he already touched on the rock climbing wall, volleyball nets. We've got lots of seating and shaded seating as well, sort of on the kind of top. You've got like a globe thing. That would be likely where we would put that musical element in to kind of draw that in. And then in the skate park itself, we try to keep everything, low and easily approachable. This is a place for people to learn, whether that's skateboarding, biking, scooters, really any non-motorized wheeled vehicle. This is a place that you can come and learn, but we designed everything in such a way that even if you're an expert and been riding your bike or your skateboard for 30 years, you can come in here and have a fantastic time. It's really focused on family and community and making sure this is a space that people can spend, the whole day with the family. I'll pass it. Carl, that kind of wraps up our presentation. The two remaining elements are sustainability and cost efficiency. And we think we've already touched on a number of those items as it relates to the site location, availability to have access equipment, its proximity, people can get to it easily. So I'm going to go ahead and take us to the last screen.
I went ahead and took control back. Is this the last one?
Carl, yeah, take us to the very last screen, unless you want to stay on this one.
Just says questions. Is that what you had in mind?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Sorry for going long. Our enthusiasm kind of took over.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, just know when you come back and evaluate, we're a little flexible. It'll cut into the Q&A here, but when you come back at evaluation, you do only have 12 minutes, so we really encourage you to, it's a lot to pack in, so we encourage you to write a script.
Yeah, we do. It's in front of us. It's just,
okay.
yeah, tested,
Gotcha.
practice shorter.
Okay. Well, so for this, just probably won't have time for you to answer everything, but so just take notes. The committee will give you some feedback, and then we'll move on. So Jill, go ahead.
Hi there. I would make the suggestion to go back through the criteria because it looks like there's been a criteria change. And I think that some of the topics might shift your presentation. And some of them multiply like immediacy of threat unless there is an acquisition component of your project. And I don't think that that there is. Yeah, I think just go back and check the criteria. And then also just for your shade or your cover, I would suggest ironing out exactly what you want. I know you said during your presentation that you haven't got it quite figured out yet, but just based on the price, it will affect your budget quite a bit. And that's all I got.
Thanks, Jill.
Thanks, Jill. Yeah, Doug and then Silvana.
I'll echo what Jill said. Go back to your evaluation criteria. The one thing I would do too is I looked through your entered metrics in Prism in the RCO's at the program where you put all the information in, and you've got a $2 million project here that includes parking, that includes an administrative building, that includes a bathroom, and none of that is shown on your site plan. My thought would be get it back down to exactly what you're presenting to us. Take the other stuff out if it's not applicable. Some of this stuff might not even be eligible for this grant. I would get with your grant manager and talk through all of that with them. Sustainability, you say how you've got a pool and a skate park, both have failed as infrastructure. what is your plan for maintaining this going forward as a sustainable project? That's something that I would address in this presentation. And then I would, you said in engagement how you were going out of order because engagement came before the design. You can address the engagement portion in your need and say that, hey, we had these meetings about this to do the engagement for the design, but don't go out of order. You got to remember, we're doing 60+ projects in 4 days.
Yeah.
If you step out of order, we might miss it. We might not give you points for it. We might not score it. You need to go back to that evaluation criteria and go step by step by step by step. I know it's boring. I know it's not creative, but that's what we need, because otherwise we might miss it. So I'm trying to help you out here, but I would go back to that criteria, just like Jill said, and nail it down. Thanks.
Good advice. Appreciate that, Doug. Thank you.
Thanks, Doug. Silvana and then Chaz.
Yeah, so I echo what was said before me. And then I thought that your slide number 4 would be good for design because it shows the relationship for the site and layout. So while you might not need the immediacy of threat and site suitability slides, since those are for acquisition, you could repurpose slide 4 for design. And then in the beginning, when you talk about need, because we're not familiar with Chewelah, or at least I'm not, having a slide with where your other parks are located, particularly when you're talking about your service levels not being met, it would be good to zoom in a little bit more on Chewelah and show that location. So that way we're clear what proximity the other parks are. And also what populations, and you may have said this, but I might have missed it, what populations participated in your public engagement.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. Go ahead, Chaz.
Yeah, just gonna, I guess, echo everything that everybody else had said. I had something new until Silvana, started into kind of walking us through the region. I'm familiar with Chewelah, so I know that there's not a lot of other facilities there, but I think documenting that and showing it to us is going to be really helpful. And then I also think on your site suitability, I mean, I think you could benefit maybe from using an aerial and kind of outlining where City Hall is, because I know this stuff where it's all present and it's existing, and just kind of showing us where that stuff lies on the landscape.
Great, thank you.
Great. Thank you, Chaz. Thanks, everyone. We got to move on, but you'll also get some written comments from the committee as well as your grants manager. So thank you for presenting, and we'll see you in August.
Awesome. Thanks for your time. Thanks for the feedback.
All right.
Appreciate that.
Okay, moving on to Lake Stevens, and I'm not sure who is presenting.
I'm here. I'm Sarah Garceau, the Parks and Recreation Director for Lake Stevens.
Great. Hi, Sarah. Welcome.
Hi.
I'm going to try to hand you control so you can advance your own slides. So there you are. Go ahead and click on the screen, see if you can. Yeah, looks like you're moving the mouse. Excellent.
Okay, perfect. Well,
Go
advance
ahead,
forward already. Do you have
Oh, I was
anything?
gonna say you got 12 minutes, so go ahead.
Okay, awesome. Thanks for having me. I already advanced past the title slide, but my name is Sarah Garceau. I'm the Lake Stevens Parks and Recreation Director. We're presenting today for our Eagle Ridge project. This will be phase 2 of our park development. Eagle Ridge Park is located here in Lake Stevens. To orient yourself, I have the map here on the screen. Lake Stevens is just on the southeast portion of Marysville. Our city limits are now touching, and the area of the park, area of the city where this is located is right here, located in red, up in our Soper Hill region. Eagle Ridge Park is a natural park and consists largely of an urban forest with trails going through it. We have a lot of recreation being embedded with the nature here. We're going to be going into the scope of the project with this slide. What we're going to be doing with our phase 2 is adding an amphitheater and an outdoor classroom. We'll have pedestrian circulation routes. It'll be a pathway that goes around the park. We'll show you that site map here in a later slide. We'll have lighting to help utilize the winter months and be able to activate the park, make sure it can be utilized as best as possible. We'll have interpretive learning elements, a nature-themed playground, restroom, of course. Right now, we only have a porta potty on site, so that'll be a good upgrade. We'll have parking. We're incorporating 2 bus slips so that we can bring in classes and children from nearby areas. And then, of course, landscaping. Our proposal includes our preservation and protection of the wetland habitat. That's really important for us. We're making sure that our boundary for the critical areas, we're developing just outside of that in order to make sure we have that buffer and reduce costs and other things that we have to do there. We do have breeding nests for eagles in the area and riparian areas and the mature forest, of course, with the trails going through it. This map shows you our city limits. If you look in the northwest corner up on Soper Hill, that is where Marysville is touching our location. You can see all of our parks on this map in the different areas. The closest park with the playground is going to be Lundeen Park, which is just on the north side of the park. It's in that light green color that says Lundeen Park. It is our only community level park, which is important because on our surveys, that is one of the top asks from our public, which you'll see on a later slide. In our comprehensive plan, we meet several of our goals by developing this park. It is our #1 priority right now listed in our comprehensive plan, and it is most requested by the Parks Board. You'll see later in planning, we've been talking about developing this park since 2009. This site also has our senior center located on site, and there's a school within 1/3 of a mile. There's a gap in service for this section of the city, as you can see from our map and service areas. Developing this will fulfill that need. Again, as I mentioned, it is the highest level of priority and strongly desired by community. 64% of our community who took this survey, there were over 250 different survey respondents on this, said that they would prefer us to develop this size of a park. A lot of ours are pocket parks scattered throughout the neighborhoods. Public need is the closest, as I mentioned before, it is the closest playground is Lundeen Park. So we will be putting in a playground here. It'll help balance the need for additional playgrounds in our community. Also mentioned in our comprehensive plan is our goal of arts and cultural opportunities. This will meet that with the amphitheater that we're going to be putting in and activating that nature play. Preserving open space and natural resource is extremely important to our city. That's something we're going to take serious with the development of this park, just developing it enough in order to encourage, of course, the public to interact with nature, but not touch much of the trails and natural forests that go through it. We do have an Eagle Ridge master plan that was developed. And playgrounds are preferred, as mentioned, something certainly needed. We did remove 4 different parks that were considered HOA park playgrounds. Those playgrounds were removed and not replaced as the HOAs are unable to afford putting them in. And so we're really focusing on how to get play back into our communities. The park itself is mainly underutilized. It's just not developed. When you pull in, there is a developed community garden that's there. And so people certainly come here for that. They go here for the senior center. But other than that, people really aren't sure if it's a park. There's the trails don't have signage to really encourage people to use it. And so by developing it, we'll really activate the area and help people use it as it's intended to be used. Going into the scope and what this project will entail, we'll be adding the amphitheater, the looped walking trail, the playground, a picnic shelter, landscaping, restrooms, and parking. Here's a photo of an example of the amphitheater that we're going to be putting in, really keeping it with a natural look and positioning it in a way to utilize the lawn area. The plans and the photos that you're going to see have been slightly modified. We're going to be switching the playground and the amphitheater location to really open up the area. But this will serve not only the educational component with bringing in school districts, we also have theater in the park that has been hosted in this park for some time. This shows the location of the senior center and that walking trail that will be there. It will be, of course, ADA. It'll be flat and accessible. Benches will be scattered throughout. The playground's going to be natural as possible, but it is important to us that we use either a pour in place or tile. Flooring, we know that the engineered wood fiber meets standards for ADA, but it really isn't accessible, hard to push wheelchairs, and really encourage people of all abilities, including older people on walkers or anybody who has had any kind of cast on that needs mobility assistance. The picnic shelter we're showing here more in a natural element. Again, just concept photos at this point. We are 30% through the design of the park. Restroom and landscaping. The restrooms will be flush. We will be getting rid of that porta potty that's currently on site, of course, accessible to ensure everybody can use the location. Landscaping, we're going to keep with native species, really protect and retain mature trees. That's really important to us. As we started developing with 30%, we worked closely with the engineers to ensure that the pathways were moved and go around some of our mature trees, so that we're not taking those out and starting from scratch. As mentioned, we do have 30% designs in hand right now. We've gone back and made our red pen edits, and they're fast advancing right now towards 60%. We will be at 100% engineered design by the end of this year and ready to proceed next calendar year. So 2025 is when we are hoping to break ground. Showing just some examples of what the playground could be. These are all concept at this point. Again, as mentioned, accessible surfacing is going to be really important to us. Native and drought tolerant landscaping, I've already mentioned that, with environmental stewardship, supporting vision from our master plan. That was really important to our community, is to protect the urban forest, to really minimize development in order to give the public what they need while retaining all those natural areas. The amphitheater will be the only one within 10 miles. Community input is what prioritized this from surveys and feedback. First in 2009 is when we interacted with the public and started getting what elements were going to be important for building this out. So right now we don't have sewer on site, but we do have septic. We'll be designing the bathroom in a way where it'll be using the current septic system, but as soon as sewer is brought in, we'll be able to redirect the pipes and tie it straight in. That'll help so that we don't have to do a vault, really inundate the area, make it sustainable. Going into budget with project design, we're at about a $4.1 million project. This was from the 30% scope from the costs, utility and playground costs from recently completed projects. So we're staying up to date with what are the realized costs of doing business today. We know sometimes engineers programs are behind on that curve, but we feel very confident that this project will be within budget, that it won't go over. This just shows the timeline of our project engagement. Back from 2009, we've had several public outreach opportunities. Parks Board has been reviewing that and very involved with creating this plan. All the way up through 2023, we had another open house to talk about the phase 2 and get more feedback as we started developing out the 30% plans and make sure that it is still with what the needs of our current community are. On top of the open houses and Parks Board, we've reached out on social media. We do a lot of news flashes and have a dedicated web page to update the public with the current designs, interactive surveys. And we will be just in a couple weeks going to one of our schools' family fun nights, their open house, in order to really talk about the project, get feedback on what elements they want in the playground. So we're continuing that outreach as we near into the 100% plans. The public really has had a huge piece of developing this park and has influenced how it will be built and what elements are here. We took those elements from the conceptual plan and integrated them to the master plan after they have come back with wanting an amphitheater. They really wanted a barbecue at the picnic shelter, especially the senior center wanted to be able to take their people outside. Increased lighting for using it in the winter months and into the nights. And keeping that natural feel is something we certainly prioritized. We have several partnerships and a lot of support from our community. I'll speed through because I know I'm running out of time. Sustainability, low impact stormwater detention, natural materials, and low maintenance. They've really designed this in a way to think about inundating the area as least as possible. We've currently had all of the trees surveyed and incorporated to ensure that we retain the most mature trees as we design it. Community education will be using that amphitheater outside. And as mentioned before, we do bring theater in the parks. We hope to bring more arts and outdoor performances to the area. Rotary has pledged funding and volunteer support for the park. And we also have a lot of volunteers come out, especially right now for that community garden. The community garden was mainly built with volunteers, and we see that continual engagement from the community. We hope to have that continue into the trails and the rest of the park. Materials were evaluated to ensure that this was a cost-effective project and we minimized the expenses. We did purchase a couple of the parcels with Conservation Future grants. And I will be quiet to see what kind of questions I can take. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Sarah. Nice job. All right. Doug, go ahead, and then Silvana.
Sorry, Silvana. Didn't mean to beat you.
Fastest.
I just had a couple of things. I like the project. It's very well organized. I would ask that you add slide numbers to your slides so that as we're going through, if we have questions about it, we can refer to a specific slide. Couple other things on your levels of service. You talked about a playground not being within a certain distance and a park not being within a certain distance, and some other properties that this was a third of a mile away from a school. Show us number one, what are your levels of service standards? Is it a half-mile walk? Is it a quarter-mile walk? Is it a 3/4 of a mile walk to a park? Do you have those? If you don't, great. But then there's also the acreage. How many acres per thousand of population is your target for your standard level of service? And then if you can use maps showing where those playgrounds are visually, that helps us. Rather than just points on a slide, give us some graphics that show us actual locations, like this is this far away, and give us even if it's just a half-mile circle and you're showing us a circle, that helps us visually. Just saying that, oh, it's a third of a mile away doesn't really help us that much. We want to see how far away it is and what area this is serving. All in all, I thought it was good. You have it included in plans. You've got a great planning process here. Just a couple of little things to clean up, in my opinion. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Doug. Go ahead, Silvana, and then Chaz.
All right. Overall, I thought you did really good hitting the criteria. With public engagement, and I might have missed this, but I was trying to listen for if there were underserved populations. I'm assuming the seniors had engaged, since you talked a lot about the the seniors center and whatnot. So and your letters of support were great. That slide was a little visually a lot to read because I think the letters, but if there's a different way to show that, with like logos or something like that, that could help potentially, but ultimately I felt like you met a lot of the criteria very well.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I also thought the presentation was good. I just go through, like, this is a good example of public need. You kind of make sure to match the existing criteria title names. So I think it's currently need and local priorities, because it shifted a bit. I'm new to this year too. And then the only other thing I think that you talked about kind of as you drove up into the entry view of the park, and it doesn't really seem like a park. I think that's a missed opportunity to kind of show us that existing condition. And then just reflect on the other priorities that you had, or, the elements you're showing us of what you're going to do was great. But I think showing us where you start is, I think, going to be powerful for us.
Thank you.
Good. Thanks, Chaz. Other comments or suggestions from the committee? right. Thank you very much, Sarah. Appreciate it. You'll also be getting some written comments too, both from committee members and your grants manager. So,
Okay, thank you. Have a wonderful day.
all right, you too. Okay, moving down to the city of Longview, and it looks like, is it Jen or Jennifer is here? Can you hear us okay? There you are.
We can hear you just fine.
Great, welcome. And you can see your slide up there?
We can, thank you.
Excellent. All right, I'm going to pass control over to you. Okay. Find you on the list here. All right, go ahead and click on that, see if that works.
It's gonna be down the
There
bottom.
we go.
It's over one. Yep, right in the height. Yep. All right. Okay.
All right, well, whenever you're ready, go ahead. You have 12 minutes.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, hi there. My name is Elisa, and I am here with Jennifer Wills from the City of Longview Parks and Recreation Department. We're here to tell you about Cloney Park Inclusive Playground Project. So to give you a little idea of where we are in the southwest corner of Washington in Cowlitz County and the southwest corner of Cowlitz County itself. This is going to show you the boundaries of the city of Longview. The little pin in the middle is where our project site is. Oops, hold on. Sorry. And this is what our park currently looks like. Cracked and broken pathways, old, broken, dilapidated play equipment, and an aging picnic shelter.
Yep. So what we are planning on doing is an all-inclusive playground. So it's a park that is for everybody, and it's going to have nature-based amenities throughout the entire park to protect the parkland itself, and then inviting access to outdoor recreation for everyone. And then it has a beautiful ode to our local history, both with the Cowlitz tribe, who has signed on as a partner for this project, our Centennial Committee, who's just done our 100 years, and then our timber history with the industry in our local area. And we're going to have recreational opportunities. So we're going to be playing, we're going to have imaginative opportunities, and we're going to be exploring all different types of nature-based solutions in an urban environment.
So our project need, obviously, if you zoom into that red dot, that's where we are. Here in Longview, we have no fully inclusive playgrounds in our park system. Cloney Park is next up on our playground replacement plan. We are surrounded, the project site surrounded by high density, low to moderate income neighborhoods. And we are within half a mile of over 1,800 homes and 5 separate schools. In addition, if we zoom out, that red dotted line denotes Cowlitz County. Cowlitz County has a population of over 112,000 people who make generally 20% less than the state average. And there is no other fully inclusive parks within Cowlitz County.
You have to go 40 miles to the north or 41 miles to the south to be able to access that. So next up, this is our playground replacement for the city of Longview. Cloney Park was intended to be replaced in 2020, but we've been working on this project since about 2020 and bringing it to fruition. So you can see that we do have a replacement schedule in the works that we try to make sure we're updating our playgrounds every 30 years.
From the current conditions, you will see that our use is low. The condition of the playground and the other side amenities is poor. And then we lack very desired amenities such as restrooms. When the project's completed, we anticipate the use will be very high. Being the only fully inclusive playground in Cowlitz County fills gaps in recreation opportunities for disabled users and their caregivers. And just the big, modern, awesome new park and improved amenities is going to be very attractive to folks from around the region.
So this aligns very well with the vision of our master plan. So we want to be the leader of healthy living by creating physical activity and play opportunities for everyone. As an inclusive park, this is from age 0 to whomever and for everybody. And it does focus on an underserved, marginalized area that has a lack of recreation services. It will conserve open space for our future, and it is a timely replacement that 30 years we were talking about. And then we'll go into our community engagement as part of that, the project enhancement and planning.
The scope of our project, this is the current state of Cloney Park. We've got open grassy areas, 2 small playset areas, and a picnic shelter under that grove of trees. And this is what we want a Cloney Park, or plan Cloney Park, to look like. Brand new parking lot, a big new picnic pavilion for gathering, multitude of play areas, still some flexible grass spaces, and a new restroom. This just gives you a little visual of what our play equipment looks like now to what we intend it to look like. Our current picnic pavilion to our new. We have some basic landscaping around, but is mostly grass and flat. We'll be focusing on more natural-based landscaping with native plantings and native Cowlitz tribal plantings, along with the addition of a all-user restroom and a parking lot.
With additional ADA parking spaces.
Project design.
So now we're going to get into the fun portions of this. So we'll go through each section and tell you what is going to be happening throughout the park and how it includes our partners that we have identified. So we're going to start with a gateway area. As you walk in, we're going to have a tactile map, a welcome area, a land acknowledgement, and an inclusive world piece of art that has been donated for the project. So you'll see the boardwalk, the Cowlitz tribal plantings, and the piece of art that'll be in there. In the picnic pavilion, you'll see ADA picnic tables, picnic shelter, and a hammock grove with an opportunity to sit outside and enjoy nature and community, or a community gathering space. In the Discover Forest area, you're going to see tree cookie path, log edging, stump tea party. We're really playing into that timber history that we have here locally, and a nature opportunity for kids who are in an urban environment to touch nature.
And this will also be a very imaginative play area, quiet space to imagine.
And then this is when we get into some of our Cowlitz tribal promotion as their partners. So you'll see we'll have a canoe replica, we'll have a water trough area, and we'll actually have access to the canoe. So not in this picture, but anyone of any ability will be able to enter into the canoe and be involved and be a part of it. And then our hill slide. And so it'll be an excessive hill with a transfer area and with a slide wide enough to have a caregiver. And then you'll see a timber scramble, boulder trail, and bear cave. And then it'll have an accessible ramp all the way up to the top. And so here's an idea of what that could look like. And then we get into more log stepping climber, timber scramble, and oh, that is the bear cave we're looking at. And then in this area here, outside of the slide mountain, you're going to see more a group spinner, a log roller, ADA picnic tables, and then we're going to have smelt crossing stencils.
At the end here, we've got our swing area, which is going to feature ADA bucket swings for all ages, belt swings, and some solo spinner cozy retreats for when someone just needs to retreat away.
And then at the end, you'll see our hangout lawn area that's got log, saw art, log stack, and then more places to gather with the all-user restroom. Yep, and so we're going to get into, oh, we did miss one of our slides. It's the budget slide. And so we wanted to talk about the total of our project being $4.1 million. We did do an initial concept design that was about $16,000, which was completed, which helped us get into this next phase. We're now in full design, which is about $300,000. We have a construction of $3.3 million. And then we have some admin, architecture, and engineering from our current staff, about $475,000 for the total of 4.1, which we would be ready to construct summer of 2025. And then we go into project engagement. And so as we talked about our master plan, this was something that was promoted with the community through our master plan. We did a community survey and this came up as a need. We've had them direct mailers to the park neighbors. We presented at local service organizations to gather as much information with regard to the park itself. And then with it being an inclusive, we have an accessibility advisory committee here locally who's been providing us feedback during our design. We've worked with disabled users and families, and then we've got feedback from other inclusive projects in our region. And then, like I said, our local tribe has joined on as part of our project. Lost the button. Backspace. Yeah. And so we are giving them progress updates. They're collaborating with the design and all the elements to honor their local history. And so this was our original concept. So just to kind of get the conversation started when we did this back in 2020. And so now we are working on the new design. We'll have 100% design and engineering by this fall.
So we're at about a 30% right now. They're working on 60%. And yes, by the end of the year, we will have construction-ready documents. So you can see that there were multiple changes from the original concept to where we are now. It's impacted the project site layout completely. We've added additional sensory elements, quiet spaces, musical elements. We've added additional access points that are accessible throughout the space. And we've increased the elements showing tribal history, culture, and language.
And we have some incredible community partners. Our Centennial Committee has promised some financial support. Weyerhaeuser, the local timber industry, provided $50,000. We just found out last week that West Rock has provided another $50,000. Cowlitz Indian Tribe has been an integral partner with this program. And then our Longview Parks and Rec Foundation is providing fundraising and awareness.
So sustainability is very important across the board here in Washington and here in Longview as well. So some of the benefits that our park will provide are opportunities for physical activity and inclusive play for everyone. We're providing that cultural connection and education to the tribal communities in our area. It encourages social connection and fosters feelings of community and belonging. Physically, we're adding over 100 trees to the design, and we're highlighting native and tribal plantings. The location itself was a pretty underused area as far as green space, but this will help us solidify and preserve that for future generations and as an outdoor recreation space. We're promoting active transportation through major bus routes, new bike lanes, and our walking distance.
And then additionally, we're going to minimize stormwater through natural landscaping. We'll have individual play elements that can be removed and replaced. So you're not looking at a full replacement of entire facility. It definitely will increase home values and tax base by attracting new residents. We're supporting our local and renewable resources by doing timber-based materials. Like that, she said, the 100 trees that we're going to be looking to put in this space is going to increase our tree canopy. And then we have the project will have optimization for longevity. So we have secured that Weyerhaeuser grant as well. We just got the West Rock grant, and another 40,000 plus has been committed through our Centennial Committee. And then potential donors we have for the future. So West Rock is now officially in. Cowlitz Indian Tribe has said that they would like to support this project. Our Longview Parks and Rec Foundation, other service organizations such as Rotary, and then we're looking at our local industry in our timber area for helping out with either in-kind donations or donations of materials. Let's see. And we went 30 seconds over. So we're happy to open this up to any questions you may have.
Yeah, thank you very much. Nice job. All right. Silvana, go ahead, and then Jill.
I just have one thing that I thought you might be able to add. Under project scope, when you show the picture of the parking lot, if you could just put a visual with the ADA symbol, kind of like you have here where it's a little bit grayed out.
Yep.
Just in case people don't catch that verbal comment, I think that would just add a little bit. Otherwise, excellent presentation, and I'm super excited.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Jill, go ahead, and then Steve.
Yeah, it's a great presentation, and it looks like a really great project. The only thing that I have is I don't know what West Rock is.
Oh, okay.
You just put a little description for that, but looks great. Thank you.
Yep. They're in the timber industry and box making plants, but I will make sure we say that.
Thanks. So a local business, basically?
Yeah, local business. So the ode to timber industry, this park actually goes right into our industrial area. And so those timber industries that are at our port are interested in this project, but we will do a better job explaining that.
Gotcha. Nice. Okay. Steve, and then Roxanne.
Yeah, I agree. It was a really great presentation. Thank you for that. My only comment was, I think it was slide 2 or 3, where you had the distances to other all-inclusive playgrounds.
Mm-hmm.
Just make that a little bit more clear on the slide that it is. That one would really got me. Okay, it's 40 some miles to any other inclusive playgrounds.
Definitely.
Thanks. Go ahead, Roxanne, and then Doug.
Great presentation, good flow. I'd suggest if you have an ADA transition plan or something that even strengthens beyond the playground,
We do.
why you need to make the ADA fixes, because your scope goes so much broader than the playground itself. So just if that plan is there to reference, and you talked about the original plan to the new plan, and just strengthening how accessibility is a driver for that change. You had a little bit in your demographics, but not completely deep in how disability is playing into being a barrier.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thanks. Go ahead, Doug.
I'm going to just echo what everybody else said and then add one little thing. I think it's a great project, a great presentation. Everything, you're hitting all the nails on the head. The only kind of confusion I have, and it's probably due to the fact that you're still gathering these donations, is your project metrics in Prism show donated cash from the Centennial Committee. They show donated cash from the City of Longview, and they show donated cash from local businesses and tribes.
Mm-hmm.
The one question I have is the City of Longview, $90,000, is that an appropriation or is that a donation? We need to be specific on that. We need to know what that is.
Yep.
And if you've got specific donations, let us know if they are in hand or promised or pledged. That way we know what we're looking at. That's really helpful for us in scoring. But yeah, I think you hit every single nail as you were going down the road, and you hit them in order, which really helps us score this project well. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the feedback.
Thanks, Doug. Other thoughts or suggestions? Thanks, Doug. Will there be parking at the other end as well? I know you say future skate park. And kind of a related question, like what's the scale? Like if you park down here, like it looks like it's not too far, but if you're serving folks with disabilities, hopefully it's, a reasonable distance. And maybe there's street side parking as well,
There is street side parking there on Douglas. The new parking lot. So let's see, this is about 3/4 of a block that you're looking at this park, including the new parking lot. Where it says future skate park across the other side, we are actually closing that street. So that will be a free flow between the inclusive playground area and the future skate park and pump track renovation. So we have done away with parking on that edge, but there is street parking.
Okay. Nice. Okay, good. But it's not real long, so it's a reasonable.
It's
less than a city block.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
And we will put in the size of the park in our presentation, so that helps.
Okay, cool. Genevieve, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just kind of a comment similar to that. I was looking at where the restroom is, and it looks just really far away from the parking lot and from most of the park. But maybe because of it connecting to this future skate park and closing the street, that makes a little more sense that maybe it's going to serve both. So maybe just putting that in context in one of the slides.
Okay, perfect.
Additionally, our rec building is right there to the left of the new parking lot, and we have public restroom use during our open hours. So we'll highlight that as well.
Nice. Nice. Okay.
Yeah. And the area between the two parks is a public gathering space where there's planned for festivals, which would go into our next project phase. But so that restroom is going to help serve that public gathering space as well as both sides of the park.
All right. I like the hammock grove. I don't think I've ever heard of
Right?
that before.
I'm
That's pretty
super
slick.
excited. They can get, and we're gonna have them in our office so that people can come and grab one and go lay out.
Yeah.
Might be a good lunchtime thing.
Yeah, that's pretty unique. All right. Well, thanks so much, you guys. Appreciate it. You'll be getting some written comments as well from committee as well as your grants manager. But appreciate you joining us and presenting your project.
We appreciate you taking the time to do all this. I know it's semi-volunteer or is volunteer, and so we appreciate you being
Yep.
involved.
Yeah. All right. Thanks. We'll see you again in August.
Excellent.
Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye. All right. We made it to a break. Whoa, right on time. Look at that. I lucked out. All right. We'll come back just a few minutes before 11:25 and we'll get rolling with Quincy. Thanks, you guys. Hey, everybody, welcome back. Let's see, it looks like Russ is here from Quincy. Welcome, Russ.
Thank you.
Can you hear me okay?
You betcha. Am I
All
coming
right.
all right?
Yep, I can hear you.
Perfect.
Give folks just another half a minute to make sure they're all back from break. Launch this for you. You can see your opening slide there, okay?
You can see it? All right.
Great. All right, well, here I will pass controls to you so you can advance your slides. On the list, there you are. Go ahead and click on the screen, see if that works for you.
There we go.
Yeah, looks good.
Okay.
Great, well, you got 12 minutes. Go right ahead.
Perfect. I'm Russ Harrington. I'm the Recreation Director for the City of Quincy. And I'm here to present our Lozier Park Playground and Plaza area. City of Quincy is located pretty much the center of the state in Grant County. That yellow star in the next number of slides will kind of indicate where our park is, also incongruent to the maps. Our service area, if you will, is our Quincy School District, the map on the right-hand side located in purple. We have 3 communities in that area. City of Quincy, Crescent Bar, which is just a small kind of retirement, but there's getting more and more condos down there. And then the City of George, which is just a small outcropping area, 510 square miles. Also have the Gorge Amphitheater in there. Our school district is approximately, the total population is about 12,000. Our total district children are about 3,200, 87 of which are of Hispanic origin, and 77 of those, of all the total respondents, are in low income need, as well as our whole school district is, again, 100% free and reduced lunch. Our population has been on a steady increase over the last number of years, with data centers relocating to Quincy and other future industries coming in. We're up 9% as of the 2020 to 2022, and I'm sure the 2024 estimates are going to just keep going up from there. As we move into a little bit bigger or closer view of our park area, the map on the left shows the new park to be developed, which is directly adjacent to our current largest park. And that yellow star indicates roughly, as you can see, where the playground and plaza area would be in the new development. The next number of slides here are showing you some of the current parks that we have. These play toys, there was about 4 parks that were outfitted with these style of play toys. They were all bought at the same time about 16 years ago, all basically put in the exact same, all engineered wood fiber. Only one of them has any actual ramping for this one here to our little dinosaur tot lot area for ADA access. And so that's definitely a new need in our park system. This park was put in 2012. This was the first park that I had a hand in putting into our system. This one is an ADA accessible. The glue in place wood tiles down below for the fall material, ramps throughout, and fencing. It's right in our largest park, just to the north of the park that we're looking to develop. This next slide just kind of shows Quincy School Park, or Quincy Parks versus school district properties. Many of our elementary schools have big toys and playground equipment that our community can play in, but there's very few, actually just our 2 biggest parks on the southwest side of town. That's part of our oldest section of town as well. And so just trying to help increase our park spaces in town. This here is our park that we're actually getting ready to start construction on. The bid was awarded, and we have a construction firm that's coming in to start this park. It's going to be our newest park. It's got a lot of firsts. We don't have a splash pad in town. We don't have any playgrounds with pour in place fall material. This is going to be all part of this. And this one's located in a great area because it's next to about 3 or 4 blocks of low-income housing. And for those community members right there, they have to cross the railroad tracks and our major east-west highway to get to our aquatic center. So this splash pad is going to be great for those youth in the summertime who may not make it over to the pool all summer long, but they'll have a place to at least cool off and have a nice to recreate in, tot lots, some shade, things like that in that park area. So this is a aerial view, kind of where our park sits visually in relation. We've got 2 school district properties right around it, as well as again, the adjacent park, our largest park currently in our system, right to the north of this system, or this new park. And the park itself, this section of it is going to be about a 7,000 square foot ADA playground with about 10,000 square feet of plaza and walking paths around the fields eventually, but to help connect in with our walking paths from the park to the north. And as you look at that playground, just on the other side of the title there, you can kind of see it looks like a baseball bat and a glove, and that was done on purpose to kind of mimic the ball field aspect. So some of our play elements in the slide coming up, you'll see some of that. Baseballs, bats. The zip line is going to be in that bat section of the playground. So, you know, a long skinny zip line going through the bat, and then other elements. We do plan to put in a pour-in-place material in this park as well, and include some more ADA items rather than just a ramp going onto a big toy. Some of the merry-go-round features, other items, swings that are dual set swings. Those are the types of things that we're looking to bring into this new park or new playground. And again, I said pour-in-place material. We currently don't have one other than the one that'll be going in this summer that we plan to use. As far as the location and things happening in our community, a lot of new housing is going into the north end of town, but down there in that south end, we actually are planning on doing on another project 3 new road systems to get in there. Currently, the only access to this park is coming off of Highway 28 to the north and coming straight down one road. That's the only way to get to our one park and the 2 schools that are out in that area. So connecting and pushing some more roads through that area from that southwest side of town is going to be a great asset to everybody. In this slide, you can see that one main road coming down the left-hand side, the west-hand side of your screen, past our schools and our current park. And then to the east, you can see the new development coming in, and then another farm area opened up, zone for family zoning. They just haven't started their development yet. So those are the overview of the new roads that will be built about the same time as we plan to get the park started. Part of the rest of it there, it's a current walking path that we built with our Safe Routes to School 10 years ago or so. And the build of this new park, coming in and adding more walking paths to connect that park and move around through this whole system. The other thing that we're in our non-motorized pathways trip is on the canal road to the south of this park. We plan to put in a walking path of some sort, whether it's asphalt or gravel to start with, that'll connect to our other park about 2 miles down this canal ditch road to help give park to park access, which is something that many of our residents have been looking for a number of years. We were awarded the 2022 RCO RA grant. And so we've been working with a architectural firm. We've got about 90% completion of our plans done on this park. So we were able to utilize that PRA grant. It paid for about $350,000 worth of the architectural fees, and then the city picked up the rest of that over the time. We felt strongly enough that we needed to get this park going and develop this land. We've got a number of dominoes to fall in line, and this park is one of those to help increase and move around our other park systems. As far as project engagement, we've been updating our master parks plan since 2020. COVID year kind of helped put a damper on things, so we lost a year there. But we've had lots of project engagement between farmers markets, community events. We went into the high school and talked with some high school kids about different activities and ideas for that they would like to see, and surveys for that master park plan. But then here in 2023, we also, our school district boundary area, we ran a municipal metropolitan park district on the ballot, and we started a new park district to help build and design a new indoor sports complex, as well as update our 60-year-old aquatic center. And in the process of that, we gained about another 425 responses to park programs and updates to our current park systems and what people would like to see in there. So over the last 4 years, we've got a lot of community engagement that we have done, and we've had a lot of residents and respondents look very favorably and are encouraged on the direction that we're going. Some of the sustainability aspects of this new parkland, we've got a number of data centers in town that use lots of water for their cooling of their towers. And so we've got a new reuse plant that we've got to take that water and do something with. And we're in the process of getting that certified so we can irrigate all of our city parks, school district parks, and eventually into the neighborhoods, new neighborhoods that are brought on. And so that's one of the major sustainability parts. Obviously, we're going to be having the EV parking stalls. Quincy currently has 2 EV stalls in town at one of our local museums. None of our parks have any, and so that'll be a new thing for Quincy, as well as adding a maintenance shop in this section of the park. Currently, we have to drive basically 1.5 miles back into town when thing. This being right adjacent to our current park, that will allow them to store actual equipment and supplies and things for both parks, and not and be able to cut down on a lot of travel back and forth from that area of town. Now we've just got some basic costs for the park. We're somewhere it's probably a little more than $2 million for just that phase of the park. Obviously, we've got the WWRP grant in right now. Next year, I'll be applying for, it's a community local Columbia Basin grant, the Lozier grant. Our current park just to the north of that, we were awarded that grant a number of years ago to help purchase that facility. And also looking for money from the state and other Bureau of Reclamation for the irrigation reuse systems throughout the park, as well as any other grants that we might be able to find in the meantime. And other than that, I think that wraps up my presentation.
Great, thank you, Russ. All right, questions. Jill, go ahead.
Hi, Russ. Good presentation.
My first one ever.
Oh, good job. You did well. So the only question that I had was what your adopted level of service is. So maybe if you have an adopted level of service, just touch on that during your presentation. And then it looks like you had a slide in there for immediacy of threat and site suitability. And I didn't hear an acquisition component, so you can probably not use the immediacy of threat for site suitability. So just, we had a criteria change, and so those haven't always been updated. So you could just go back through the new criteria and touch on it. But it was good information that you provided in there. Thank you.
Thanks, Jill. Go ahead, Roxanne, and then Silvana.
Perfect. Yeah, piggybacking on that, it was good information, Russ. So I think the your need section, if you make that a little bit meatier to start, because that really shows why the site is critical for your system. I think you mentioned it's already your bigger park, so it sounds like you're making it one site to really serve the whole community. And then you were talking about what the local community lives around it. So having that up front and a good sense of why it's so important to your system and who it's going to serve would help. And that road stuff that you had for site and, I think it was 15 and 16 could really help set the stage a little bit more before you get into the project scope. And then clarity on what you're doing in this phase. Are you in 2? Are you in 3? And how is it going to move you incrementally forward? And why is that next step? Would be great.
Thanks, Roxanne. Savannah, go ahead, and then Doug.
I might have missed this, but I heard when you're talking about project need that Quincy has a large Hispanic population, and so when it comes to public engagement, I'm curious if you were able to engage with the Hispanic community and kind of how the outreach went with that community. And so I think as part of project engagement, there's actually kind of broken out. There's quite a few things that could be covered there. So I was trying to listen for that piece, but that was my only feedback. Good job, Russ.
Thanks.
Thanks. Go ahead, Doug, and then Genevieve.
So I'll echo what everybody else said. I think you did a great job, especially for your first time doing this. Good job, Russ. Couple of things that one that confused me on slide 10. You started talking about a different park and you kind of went down a rabbit hole for a little bit. And you were talking about a splash pad and all this other stuff that really isn't relevant to what we're talking about here today. Try not to get sucked into a rabbit hole because you're wasting your own time. You have 12 minutes and you got to remember that we're doing 60 plus applications over the course of 4 days. Keep it simple, keep it direct. Go right to the criteria. Don't mess with other stuff. I've had groups come in and tell us the history of their Japanese garden, and I'm like, I think that's great, but I don't care. I'm just scoring this project. It doesn't matter that you have a splash pad in another area, especially if you're not putting a splash pad into this park. It's irrelevant. So not that I mean, I'm probably going to swing by Quincy at some point and check out your splash pad, but it's not relevant right here. The other thing that I would suggest you do is get with your grants manager for the criteria details, because those are going to be being updated again, I think, before we have to redo this. So we're going to redo our presentation. You're probably going to have to update your criteria within this. I would get with your grant manager. They're your best friend in this process. Make sure you know them and that they give you all the detail you need. And then the other thing that in looking at your metrics that you put in Prism, you've got sponsor match of a local appropriation only. You don't show any other grants. You don't show any other donations or anything like that. You just give us, this is what the city of Quincy is providing. If there's donations within that, if there's other grants within that, tell us that information. Because all I see right now is you're applying for one grant and the city of Quincy is ponying up the rest of it. If there's other stuff that's in there, I need to know about it. Okay, so I thought you had mentioned a couple of things like I'm going after this grant and I'm going after that grant. We need to know about that. Okay. Otherwise, great. Good job, man. Thanks.
Thanks, Doug.
Thanks, Doug. Genevieve.
Yeah, hey Russ, good job. I just wanted to say, it looks like the location of this park is kind of like on the edge of development, and you did a great job showing the roads and everything, but I'm wondering, is there going to be a bike path on those roads? Maybe just to better describe the connectivity to the future development that's going to happen there and how it relates to that other park that's up the canal. Maybe like an aerial view with maybe you can draw in where the bike paths will be, or just show the flow of that connectivity a little bit more. And then I thought maybe a slide where you could have a timeline that shows the phases and the funding associated with each phase, so that I could just follow that along a little bit better. Those were my only suggestions. Good job.
Thanks, Genevieve. Other thoughts or suggestions on this one? All right. Thank you, Russ. Yeah, nice job for your first time. That was real good. You got some good feedback here just for kind of cleaning it up. You also get some written comments, both from the committee, and then your grants manager will be working with you. So
awesome. Thank you.
Okay, we'll see you.
You bet.
All right, moving to Normandy Park. Whoop, hold on, hold on, sorry, I had to stop remote control. There you go, Russ. Now you'll be able to.
Okay.
Still controlling our screen. All right, looks like Amy is here to present for Normandy Park. Hello.
Hi.
Welcome.
Can you hear me okay?
I can, yep.
Good.
Pull this up. Can you see your slide?
I can see it. I think I've
Great.
taken over, but I'm not sure yet.
Hang on one second. I
Okay.
will hand over controls. There you are. Okay, go ahead and click on the screen and you should be able to drive now.
Okay. Let me just do that. Okay. All right.
Yeah, go right ahead. You have 12 minutes.
Okay. Thanks for the opportunity. My name is Amy Lloyd, and I'm the City of Normandy Park Parks and Recreation Manager. And I'm here to talk a little bit about our Mar Vista playground renovation with some safety improvements happening, hopefully, if we get this grant. Our city, the city of Normandy Park, is located in King County, and we are on the west side of King County. We're west of SeaTac and just a little bit south of Burien and west and a little bit north of Des Moines. This park, Mar Vista Park, is also located off of 200th Street and 4th Avenue Southwest. So this is just in from a main arterial called First Avenue South. So you can drive that road from Burien to Des Moines and all the way towards like Federal Way area. And this park here, that star that you see is the actual spot where the new playground and safety surface will be happening, hopefully. This is a look at what we have now. This is a park that was here in about 2008 and brand new in that time. And you can see this playground tile has degraded over that time. It's used to be red, it's now turned black, and it's exceeded its lifespan, and it's ready to go, as well as yeah, we're starting to see a lot of the equipment just break down and fail. So a lot of maintenance happening to this park quite a bit. You can see some more detail here of that tile surface. And this year, starting in 2023 and wrapping up this year, we have been embarking on the process of a parks, recreation, and open space plan and trails plan. And we are about to go through our second reading to fully adopt that plan. And this project is part of that plan, and it'll be part of our parks element and our comprehensive plan to be completed later in the year. Whoops, excuse me. The project need that we're seeing is that this is one of our two most popular parks. We have a City Hall Park that's located in Normandy Park, and then this is Mar Vista Park. And this one is located right next to a school. I think I've lost my little, oh, there we go. Across from the elementary school, also called Mar Vista Elementary School. And there's about 523 elementary students that go to the school. So before and after school, our park is heavily used by those students, and they can just walk over. We host several fun and amazing events at this park. One is Fall Frolic, where we give away pumpkins, and then we do a Spring Arbor Day festival where we invite kids from everywhere and families from everywhere around the area, which includes our Highline Schools community. That's a community with almost 17,200 students, and similar to Quincy, we have some of the same challenges for the population with high free and reduced lunch need, and then also a lot of different languages being spoken throughout the community, with the predominant languages being Spanish and Vietnamese and then Somali, and then it goes on from there. I think it's over 80 languages. We rent out this facility next to the playground called the Gazebo, and that's where we host our Music in the Park series, and that's happening this summer. I mentioned that because we do all of our promotions for that in both English and Spanish language, and then share that information with the Highline Public Schools email and promote throughout the area, so the broader region of Highline. Music in the Park happens right on this grass area, and if you like look to the right of the screen, that's where the playground is. So the playground is actually a vital part of the summer concert series. We also have a pollinator garden locally just next to that, and a rose garden and a community pea patch, as well as parking amenities. This project is part of this design plan that we've been working on with our Parks Commission and City Council since about 2018. And again, there's that star, and that's where the playground is located right now, and that's where it would be. A sample of a newer playground is to our left, so we'd be looking at just refreshing that, and then also looking at this compared to our current equipment. We'll definitely go out for bid for this and do some reviews with our Parks Commission and City Council on the final plan. But we hope it will include a new surface that needs to include that. And this is a port in place surface, which is likely where we would be going. You can see there's color and fun in this one, and then a more natural palette in the last one. So we will be working with our community to decide which looks best for our community. Would we like our more natural or our more colorful look? And then we'll be making some ADA improvements. And as you can see, here's some issues that we're seeing. So some of the breaking with metal parts and the tiles and whatnot. So. And site suitability, I feel like I heard in the last round that this was more for acquisition, but this is a suitable site for our playground. We're staying within the existing footprint, and then that safety surface will also stay in there. We get a ton of traffic, like I said, from across the street at morning drop off, and then throughout the day, and then through our various festivals and events and music programs. So this is the perfect place to keep our park, and the community has said that they would like it there too. And then as we are just going to go back through this, there's a new sample of the surface and a sample of equipment that we would like to do. And our project engagement, it definitely includes that Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan. We did one in 2018, and we're about to complete that right now. And as you can see, this is like some of the work that we've done recently to that site plan. And we engage with our neighbors through tabling and 3 different surveys, open houses, and online sharing of the surveys, and then of course open public meetings. And we had a great response, over 11% response from all of our surveys. And this is another slide that we've seen before, but this also shows that our 2 parks here are the most important parks for play and most visited. Sustainability, we are, since about 2009, we've had a Metropolitan Park District that supports some maintenance and admin and just various costs of our parks. And each fall we set the levy for that to help pay for maintenance, upkeep, and the services. We have learned that these surfaces like turf under our playgrounds, it's expensive. So a conversation that we've been having is really to try to set aside funds for the eventual replacement, because those need to happen at least every 10 years. And we're just really getting far into our long-term need to replace that. We're stretching it further than we would like to, but we're identifying and trying to live within our means and to set aside funds so that we can start to use city funds to replace these more frequently. And we are looking at 50% of the funding coming from city funds or REIT. And this is part of the 6-year capital improvement project list through our PROS plan. Our total project cost is $630,000, so we would be chipping in $315,000. I did apply for a Parks Levy grant, but it's very competitive, and that would be a potential match. But I don't want to rely fully on that, and so we are going to want to do this project with or without the match, we're excited to get started on this. And that is everything. Any questions?
Great, thank you, Amy.
This is also my first time doing this.
Yeah, well, nice job.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Roxanne.
Great, yeah, thank you. Can you confirm for me if it's staying in the same location or a new location? I felt like I heard two different things, but that just might have been me.
Oh, sorry. It is in the same location. So the exact same footprint and site.
Okay, so that's currently where it's at.
Yes.
Right. And is it, if you can add anything around the design in terms, I know you talked about the tiles a lot, but in terms of features of the playground, accessibility, and how it gets tied together, I think that would help understand a fuller sense of what all you're correcting with this project and how it's built
Okay.
to meet what the community says it wants now.
Okay.
Thanks.
Are we meant to respond right now, or just take
No,
that for the
just,
okay?
we generally don't have time.
Okay.
For that, unfortunately, but yeah. So just take notes. Your grant manager is helping take notes as well.
Okay.
And so you can tune up your presentation before the evaluation.
Sounds good.
Genevieve, go ahead, and then Doug.
Yeah, I was just thinking maybe if you have some aerial views to better show kind of the context of the features and amenities in the park. You mentioned something about music in the park, and to the right is the playground. It'd be nice to just see all of that in the landscape. And then also I was thinking about, you said this was listed in the park's open space and rec plan, but I assume all of your parks are. You know, how did this one rank? Was this one prioritized more over others? If so, why? And then how did public engagement actually influence the design of this park? And how many people did you reach in the community outside of just the survey? Those were a couple of things I thought of. And then maybe take another look at the sustainability criteria to make sure you talk about maybe the materials you're using and how those meet some of the criterion in there. That's everything. Good job, though.
Thanks.
Good, thanks. Doug, go ahead.
For your first time, it's a good job.
Thank you.
I've seen enough of these. I'll tell you that's a pretty good start. Yeah, you do need to go back and look at your grant criteria. You're bringing up some items that are acquisition only or combination projects only, and you're in a development project, so you don't need to hit some of those. And one point I will make to you, because you're ahead on this already, is look at the grant criteria points maximum, and your whole presentation. You got 12 minutes. You should dole that out based on how many points are in each section. So 25 points for local need. That's where you want to spend the bulk of your time, right? And then you go to the 20-point ones, and then you go to the 15-point ones, and that's how big your thing should be. Your project design, I think it's 20 points, and I think I only saw one slide. So you might want to relook at how you do that and dole out your time according to where you can get the most points. That's how you score higher. Graphics, there was a bunch of this particular slide is good, but there was a bunch where you had the stylized kind of cut off. Get rid of that. This doesn't help me see what you're doing. This is just a cool graphic thing. Like I said, I think you probably heard me with Quincy. Dumb it down, keep it simple, go right by the criteria, give us big graphics that we can see. I would definitely agree with Genevieve about the maps. Show us the whole park, especially the school slide when you're talking about the school right across the street. Give us an overhead. If you've got a GIS person at the city, have them do an overhead map for you. They can do that in 5 minutes and show, here's the school, here's the park, here's where the playground's going to be. And they can outline it for you, and it works great. So those are just a few things, but you're on the right track. Just some tweaks will make it even better. Thanks.
Good advice. Thanks, Doug. Ann, go ahead.
I just wanted to follow up on what Doug was saying. I definitely agree. You spend your time on the things that get the most points, but do make sure you keep it in the order that it's scored. So, talk about them in the order of the scoring, because otherwise we'll get confused and you won't get all your points because we just, we'll lose track of it. So, use a lot of time on the need and use a little bit of time on sustainability, but make sure the sustainability is at the end rather than you know, and anyway, I'm not sure I'm expressing that very well, but just make sure you do it in order. And the other thing about the maps is I noticed there's a lot of text on those maps that's way too small for us to see. So if there are things you want to really point out, make the text bigger on those and maybe eliminate some of the other stuff that is not relevant. Yeah, like here, like the depression. We don't need to see that, but we maybe need to see, you know, where's the restroom, where's the playground, where are the main features?
I see. Okay.
That was it. Thanks.
Good, thanks, Ann. Any other thoughts or suggestions? All righty. Well, thanks, Amy. I think you got some good feedback here.
Thank you.
We will be reformatting the evaluation criteria in our manuals a little bit. A big announcement will go out early next week. Nothing's changing, but we're just going to have to reformat how everything's numbered, because some of the questions are like multi-part. So anyway, you'll hear about that next week. And and you got plenty of time to tune up your PowerPoint before August. So
great. Thank you so much.
One other quick point. If you don't have numbers on your slides, put numbers on your slides so we know what slide number you're looking at.
Okay. It's tiny. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, that helps if someone wants to jump back and dig into something or ask a clarifying question.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Amy. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a good day.
All right. You too. Bye-bye. All right. We've made it to lunch a little bit ahead of schedule. Thank you, everyone. Any questions? Anything you need before we cut out? All good? Yay. Excellent. All right. Well, we're coming back here at, just a little bit, around 1 o'clock so we can get rolling at 1:05 with Penn Met. Thanks, you guys. Enjoy your lunch. Hey everyone, welcome back. We got Ben Met up next, and let's see, looks like Barry is here to present. Good afternoon, Barry.
Good afternoon.
Welcome to Local Parks Technical Review. Pull your PowerPoint up. Make sure you see that okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. I think everyone's probably here. We could go ahead and start a minute or so early. That works.
Okay.
Let
Doesn't
me,
look like I have control on it though.
yeah, hold on one sec. I'll pass it over to you. Just gonna stop my video and find you. There you go. All right, go ahead and click on the screen, see if that works for you. Excellent.
There we go.
Cool. Well, you got 12 minutes, so go right ahead.
All right. Well, good afternoon. My name is Barry Shields. I'm a project manager with Penn Met Parks in Gig Harbor. This is an application in the WWRP local parks category for the development of the Peninsula Gardens property into a community park. This 10.6 acre property previously served as a plant nursery and garden center. Kind of get you oriented where it's at. You can see Pierce County on the left, and that's Gig Harbor Peninsula on the right. The darker green is our park district. It covers the entire Gig Harbor Peninsula, and including Fox Island. The kind of a more camel green in the center are the city limits of Gig Harbor, which is outside of our district. So zooming in a little bit further, you can see the star on the right is it's pretty much smack dab in the middle of the peninsula. And this is the property on the left. Is kind of a odd U shape. It's actually comprised of 3 different lots. But it's at a fairly major intersection here in Gig Harbor of Voloshet and Fillmore. Oops. Zooming in a little bit further, the site is, as I said before, it was a plant nursery, and so it's fairly developed already. There's an existing parking lot, 2 stormwater basins, and then the large greenhouse structure that's in the middle. There used to be a residence on site, but that was torn down back in 2022. And over on the far right is a good section of completely undeveloped land. So we've had this property since 2011. It's undergone a couple different master plans, and the most recent one, we were going to build our new headquarters and our community rec center on this site. And of course, that's now changed, and we purchased the former Performance Golf property, and that's where our headquarters is now, and we're building the new rec center on the site. However, there were a lot of elements in the most recent master plan that are still valid, that's further validated by our pros plan, which was updated in 2023, and it consists of a survey of 4,000 people, and they identified the top needs for the community. So might be a little hard to read there, but the walking and hiking trails was considered number 1. Number 2 was water access. Large regional parks, number 3. public pools, 4 playgrounds, picnic shelters, and dog parks and trails were all considered very important to the community. And the Penn Gardens property has the potential to satisfy 8 of the top 10 needs. So grant funds are being sought for the development of the park. We've kicked off a new master plan development process. We're going to have our first community workshop on June 12th. And our goal is to wrap up the master plan process by the end of the year. So this is a map out of Pierce County GIS system, and all the green squares are parks. And you could see the one where the red circles around it is the Penn Gardens property. It's considered a park already by Pierce County, even though it's not developed. But you can see that there's not much around it. So it's definitely would be fulfilling a good need for that part of the peninsula. So here's some photos of the existing conditions. So it's got a fence around it. Like I said, it has 2 stormwater basins, a parking lot, and then it's got about a almost 3-acre wooded area. There's been some frontage road improvements. There's a sidewalk at the corner of Willoshut and Fillmore. It's a signaled intersection, and it has a pedestrian crossing already. And so this is just, like I say, we're still just getting going on a master plan development. But we put together this concept drawing, taking a lot of the elements from the PROS plan and the 2018 master plan, taking away the rec center. And basically what we're depicting here is a large rectangular field and some picnic shelters, 2 different playgrounds that would be specifically designed to cover different age groups. The rectangle kind of in the middle there is a series of courts. We're thinking like pickleball, tennis, or basketball. We're fortunate that the former greenhouses was constructed slab on grade, and the slabs are in very good shape, and they have less than 1% slope, so they would be suitable for courts. And we believe we're going to be able to salvage about 75% of them. And then the parking lot's shown where it is today. And we're thinking that the wooded area would be a great spot for some hiking trails. And then in the very center would be a dog park. But again, subject to our master plan process. And here's just kind of zooming in on the various things I just spoke about. Here's looking at the 2 different playgrounds. This would be the court complex, the dog park and hiking trails, the picnic shelter, and the lawn or playfield area. We've received support from all of these groups for the project. As part of our community engagement, we're planning 3 public meetings and 2 community outreach events. And we may even have some pop-up events that coincide with some of the other activities we're going to do this summer. And then we're going to also do an opinion survey. So in terms of sustainability, we would have an ADA compliant path around the lawn area. Both restrooms and playgrounds would be ADA compliant. We're going to, just to save money and impact on the site, we're going to try to utilize as much of the existing infrastructure as we can. We'll be planting with native species, and the park overall will promote physical activity and social and cultural connections for people of all ages and abilities. As I said, we're going to try to maximize what we've got there. It certainly needs some work, but we think we'll be able to utilize a lot of the infrastructure and minimize the impact to the site. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Great, thank you, Barry. Doug, go ahead.
Afternoon, Barry. I like the project. There's some good stuff in here. I think it just needs to be reformatted, reorganized, and reordered. First off, review your evaluation criteria. If you check out page 60 of the grant manual, it's got a brief of the items. You don't need to address anything that's got acquisition or acquisition combination items. Those are not relevant to your project, so leave them out. Site suitability is not appropriate for this. You already own the site. You're not coming to us for money to buy it. The other things I would say, address the criteria. I talked about this in a previous one. Address the criteria based on the number of points awarded and in the order they are listed. Thanks, Anne, for that point last time. When you're looking at this, go to page 60, go straight down the list and look at how many points are awarded. Project need local priorities is number 1. It has 25 points available. Make sure you're using your time based on the number of points in each section. Okay, so if you're looking at 12 minutes total and a third of your points are in need, you should be using a third of your time for need to really address that. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, and then the only other thing I had is in your need section, you talked about it fills a gap in your service area. If you have relevant standards like level of service standards, like a half-mile walk or a half-mile radius around a park is what you need, please give us those criteria so that we know what we're basing it on. If you can show it on a map, it's even better. If you can show us a picture of the parks posted with the circle around them that shows this is how big that park service area is, and it shows us where those gaps are, that helps us visualize it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Doug. Roxanne, go ahead, and then Jill.
Great, thanks, Barry. A little bit piggybacking on Doug's there, especially with the sport field design. And I did hear you say you're not quite done, but yet you do have a concept plan and you have costs based on those concept plans. So understanding who the demographic is around this site, if it's a local park or if because it's sport field, that's a regional attribute and something that's going to be used across your system, then needing to show that, like, how did you come up with the need of the sport field beyond the interest survey? So data on the users and data on the specific amenities when they are meant to draw a little bit further or contribute to your system.
All right.
Thanks. Go ahead, Jill.
Yeah, I had a question on slide 10. You had shown some frontage improvements that were already installed. And then there was a picture of an area there wasn't any frontage installed. Are you proposing to complete the frontage with this grant? It was a little unclear.
I have another park I'm developing, and we were requested to make some additional improvements by Pierce County. I suspect some more may come on this when we go to permitting, but at this time we weren't planning on any.
And then I guess just a little bit to piggybacking on Roxanne's comment. I know that you're in the process of master planning it now, and I don't know if you've had enough public input to kind of define what aspects or elements that you want in there. But is there a potential that these could change based on public comment as you work through your master plan process? I guess would be something that I would wonder. But
yes, it definitely could. But I think it's really a good foot forward, if you will, in that our pros plan was just updated in 2023, and the previous master plan was updated for this site in 2018. So all these elements that I'm showing were in the 2018 master plan, except instead of the pickleball courts or courts system, we were going to have an indoor rec center there. But otherwise, it's almost the exact same plan from back then.
And okay, thank you for that. And then I had a question on the greenhouses. Are those proposed to stay, or were you removing those?
We're going to remove the greenhouses themselves, and we think we can salvage about 75% of the foundation to use for courts.
Thank you.
Thanks, Silvana. Go ahead.
Yeah, there was some content in your earlier slides. I believe it was under the site suitability that you talked about frontage improvements and repurposing of asphalt. And I think you could actually move the repurposing of asphalt into like cost efficiencies, and the frontage improvements of already being there down into cost efficiencies, because I think a lot of us here know that those things can be really expensive. So, you know, maybe it's just kind of moving some of that information that you didn't need for the site suitability criteria down where it might fit in, because those are good things.
Yeah, thank you. Good advice. Other thoughts on this one? Suggestions? Barry, it sounded like it was still pretty conceptual, and you talk about needing to go through a master plan and all that. And we will need you to sort of nail down and confirm what the final scope of work will be for this proposal by the time you resubmit your application in sort of late July. So we know exactly what, so it's not like, well, we might do this or that or this stuff anyway. So it's just real clear what it is you're proposing, so you can be evaluated.
Yes, well, we will have had 3 public inputs by that point, and I think we'll be fairly solidified at that point.
Okay, that's great. All right, well, thank you, Barry. Thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you.
All right. Okay, we are moving over to the city of Buckley. And it looks like Erin is here. You presenting this one, Erin?
Yes, I am.
Awesome. Welcome.
Thank you.
You can see your PowerPoint there?
I sure can.
Great. Turn off my video and pass you control. Give me just a minute. There we go. Click on the screen, see if that works for you.
Yes.
Awesome.
We're good.
Cool. Well, you've got 12 minutes, so whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Erin with the City of Buckley, and today I'm bringing you Miller Community Park. This project will be the first planned community park to the City of Buckley. It is being built on purchased land that the city set aside in 2000, and it has been a long time coming to Buckley and our community. Features a number of different things, from accessible playgrounds, walkways, open space, and also some athletic features.
Buckley is located in East Pierce County, about as far east as you can get before you hit the national park, or over to King County and Enumclaw. The service area for this park in our town really is beyond our tight city boundaries. We like to say we're the White River footprint, which also includes the smaller communities of South Prairie, Wilkeson, up to Carbonado, and then all the way through Lake Tapps and touching Bonnie Lake, as well as crossing county lines into Enumclaw. Our town itself is just 55.5 at city limits, and we're on pace right now to exceed our growth target, which was set at 8235. As you can see from the map, this footprint, the star showing the park location, is a tight city boundary. The site conditions for our project right now, it is historically used for grazing. So the land has just been sitting and been mowed down by a neighbor who still has put some cattle out there at times right in the middle of town. We've already completed our wetland survey, and there is wetlands on the property. And we're bringing in street infrastructure as we speak. We've already had our construction meetings, and that is ahead to go. And it is going to be ready for park development here in the next 12 months. The need location, the need and our local priority is for Miller Park has been set for a long time through a number of comp plans. It was a top priority, and moving forward, it continued to be within the last 12 months as we adopted a new PROS plan. Looking at the map, you'll see that most of Buckley's park space right now is right along that dash line of Highway 410. It is park space that was set aside, and it's 14 acres, developed in little chunks when our town had enough money. Nothing was really planned long-term for our community. And then the trail runs right through it, the Foothills Trail. So as you can see by the star location in the general area of towards where the population is moving or living, there isn't much away from the Highway 410 corridor. We saw some gaps through our survey this year. One of the biggest one was not everyone had a park within a half-mile radius, since most of our parks are right there in the center. We were missing gathering spaces, really from our older seniors as well as our young families. There's nowhere to have a birthday party. There's nowhere for our senior center to come gather. And so creating a park with gathering spaces to have outdoor parties was high priority. Also, there's not a tennis court in the city of Buckley, no soccer, volleyball, and of course, more pickleball. Everyone wants more pickleball. Accessibility continued to be a gap, as well as trails that weren't the main trail where there's a lot of bike action happening for people to walk. As we looked through our local need priorities, we set a level of standard for our residents and what we wanted. And we were for community park elements where there really was a draw and a place to gather and action for older or younger populations, and not just open manicured green space. We said 2.5 acres for every 1,000 residents. With our current population, it leaves us a gap of 7 acres to meet that standard. This park would add at 3.5 acres to closer to that goal and closing that gap. When you look at Buckley and in demographics, you see a lot of open space. And I wanted to point out that a lot of the open space that shows up when you look at, how our population density is because of this large green area on the map, which is state-owned land by DSHS, not accessible public space for people to enjoy. Also, just to know, on looking at Buckley and how this park will impact the blue zone, which will come into play further as we look at the 0.5 walk, is where future developments are currently under construction on our GIS maps, just haven't updated to the streets. Looking at this 0.5 walk goal and just serving and making a healthy community, right now we're rated as a poor health outcome community, which is why we really want to push this as a top priority. Our current park ranges for those community parks, as you can see in the green circles, there's a lot of our community left out from being within a half mile. Even though we're a small town, it's still a little bit of a walk for a lot of these homes and residential areas. And so the impact of Miller Park will bring in the areas currently being developed, as well as a number of other much of the rest of town. This project scope has kind of two components. We're developing the park to be kind of this hopes and dreams park for Buckley, and it's been worked on for many, many years. It's 3.6 2 acres, and 0.75 of that will be set aside for wetlands preservation. The park itself features an expansive, accessible playground, 2 picnic shelters, open green lawn space, the park furniture, as well as the informational interpretive signage. It was really important for us to bring in an element of wetlands knowledge to our citizens as we build this park, because we get a lot of pushback on wetlands preservation. Sustainability into the project scope 2 of irrigation, security lighting, fencing, and native landscaping. I mentioned the tennis courts, volleyball, and there is a restroom. That part is not in the scope of this application for funding. That is going through YAF. The entire Miller Park is the blue line, but that portion will be funded separately. So this application that I'm speaking on today is everything that is gray in this picture. A little bit more on the design. I mentioned the wetlands preservation, as you can see in the top right corner, and the playground, and then 2 picnic shelters, restroom, and the accessible 0.25 quarter mile walking loop. When we did our pros plan this last round, having older youth elements in a playground, right now we really have about 2 swing sets and a few tot lots in our whole playground system in Buckley, was coming up with something that older kids still wanted to be kids at. And so having a range of elements at our park, ADA accessible, as well as just interactive play for all ages. Something unique that came up in some of our small group meetings was having interactive solo elements for kids who aren't good in large social situations. So we have some offsetting quieter elements too that came out of those focus groups. Keeping with kind of a Buckley vibe, trees, nature mixed in, so that when people in the neighboring communities look out, it's green and it melts into our natural surroundings of Buckley. Again, on the walking loop, one of the reasons that was prioritized was through reaching out our senior community. The arrow on that map points to where a neighboring low-income senior housing who will be using this regularly, we foresee, due to its close nature. This project budget was put together with our engineers, as well as Great Western Recreation, to get an idea of where the playground and scope could be while providing this ADA accessible layout. We did a mixed of the pour in place with the wood chips to help keep that cost down a little bit on our end and still have the accessibility feature, also for sustainability and being able to do maintenance in the long term. We have already done SEPA. We've done our wetland studies. We are rolling into getting more construction documents ready. We've been working with the community on this project for years, and we are ready to roll. Summer of 2025, after contracts are signed, we're hoping to be right out to bid, break ground in the 3rd quarter, and in the fall of 2026, be ready to enjoy. A little bit more on project engagement and just how many groups we've reached out to within the past 12 months as we really finalized this plan. We've been reading city council study sessions, senior commission, citizens advisory, the youth center, historical society, anyone you can think of that will listen and talk to us about it. We have been gathering information on top of our pros plan. The community has also done previous work, 13, 16, and 19, trying to get this park ready. This has been a long-standing goal. Speaking again on the playground, almost 25% of our respondents to our pros plan said new and updated playgrounds were the 2nd most important priority facility. Second to only a spray park, but the survey was done in August and it was hot. So I think if it was done this time of year, it would be number 1. Our community partnerships. We are building a Friends to Buckley program. As I spoke to the number of people that we've been talking to and getting on board for this project and hearing from, we list those as our organizational partners. We're right now working and bringing MOU agreements together with some private project benefactors, including 2 local excavating companies, a construction supply company, and private individuals for donation. And we hope to have those MOUs wrapped up within the next 6 to 8 weeks. For sustainability of this project, our goals are focused on the ecological factors and educating our community about wetlands, having the native species, and preserving land with mountain views. While you can see the mountain when you're up here, I think it's also important that that is shared space that people get to enjoy while they're recreating. We move into the social factors of creating community connection and inclusion and promoting the community pride. Buckley has all the community pride. If you've ever been to Buckley, people who are from here love it, and we want to build a park that they're really, really proud of. And the economic factors and benefits for our sustainability include increasing property values by bringing in a high quality park, driving the people who live on the outskirts to come into town to visit, grab a coffee, stop in at the park. And then our community partnerships will help make it sustainable financially for us to move forward. Our cost efficiencies, we are setting a goal of 25,000 for those financial and in-kind contributions, but my mayor thinks it's going to blow it away. So I'll let you know in August. Infrastructure is going through the city right now. We will have the street and the parking. Those are not included in this. The city is working with that through Public Works to take that off of our application. Volunteer plantings for our final planting, to kind of open the park right after the planting and save some money there. And then also just the city's commitment to timeliness and efficiency on this project and doing it in stages if the funding's not fully there, because we are really committed to making this work efficiently and timely for our community. And that's it. I'm open to questions.
Great. Thank you very much, Erin. Nice job. Questions, comments? Roxanne, go ahead, and then Jill.
Yeah, hey, nice job, Erin. Great detail, and you had some slides that were really powerful to your story. The one thing I'd suggest, Joe, is tighten up your tie between your need, your scope, and design. In some areas you got into design before you started telling us about the seniors and why, they need the project. Where the scope really is about why you need the project, and then having a little bit more in your actual need about the number of seniors and the fact that this is bringing things into your system that right now those user groups are excluded from.
Okay.
So that we can see that flow a little tighter. So good job.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Jill, and then Doug.
Yeah, Erin, it was a great presentation. You touched on it in a later slide, and I think you could probably put it in project need, is you talked about the forms of recreation equipment that you have really not catering to the older kids.
Yeah.
And it's powerful because if you only have a couple swings, then that helps and really goes towards your need. Other thing that you mentioned was you were holding out the courts because of YAF.
Yeah.
Did the criteria change for YAF? Can they not match?
They can't match.
That's correct. You can no longer match with local parks.
Okay.
So yeah,
I was wondering why that was there. So that's all I got. Thanks.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Jill. Go ahead, Doug.
Can you go to slide 10? So the thing here is this is obviously including the YAF stuff and everything. If you can shade it out or highlight in some way what is included in this application only. A lot of what we struggle with is we're going into this looking at, okay, well, what are we approving a grant for? And if I'm looking at this and going, you're asking for 1.5 million, that's not going to cover that.
Yeah.
That gives me a question mark there. So the sooner you can give that to me, or if you can only show me and then bring up the rest of this as you're talking about it, going, hey, you know what? This is where we're going in the future. This is phase 2, or this is a phase, 1B that is happening with YAF this year. Give us that. When you talk about your need, your local priorities, you listed a bunch of gaps, like service gaps.
Yeah.
That are not relevant to what you're doing here.
Okay.
So my thought would be is only list, you've got a limit, you've got 12 minutes. Okay. Only list the gaps that this fulfills.
Okay.
You're asking us for fulfills. So you don't need to tell us if a swimming pool is a gap. Great. I'm sorry. That sucks. But you're not addressing it with this. So don't waste time on it.
Okay.
It's not important to show us that. The last thing I have is donations. You talked about raising $25,000. Right now, in your metrics, it lists a city appropriation as your match.
Yeah, it is.
If you get donations, not only put them in your presentation, but put them in Prism so that we
Yeah.
put them both places. Okay.
Okay.
Then we see it right off the bat and go, oh, they've got donations.
Yeah.
Some people will just include it all in their appropriations. It just confuses the issue. If you get donations, even if it's $1,000, that's $1,000 we can give you credit for. Checks gives us a little way to give you a few more points. Okay. That's it. Oh, great project. I like the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Doug, other thoughts, suggestions? Thanks, everyone. Aaron, thank you. You'll be getting some written comments as well from the committee as well as your grants manager.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate you joining us. See ya. All right, let's see. It looks like Matthew is here. You presenting this one for Bainbridge?
Correct.
All right, welcome.
Thank you.
A little ahead of schedule. Let's just keep on rolling. You can see your PowerPoint there?
I can.
Great. All right, I'll pass you controls here. There you are. All right, go ahead and click on the slide. Looks like you've got it. Nice. Cool. Well, go ahead. You have 12 minutes, so go right ahead.
Thank you, Carl and committee. My name is Matthew Keogh. I am with Bainbridge Island Metropolitan Park and Recreation District. And with me is Mary Meyer, Executive Director of the Bainbridge Island Park and Recreation Parks and Trails Foundation. And Mary will be joining me in the presentation. Together, we are pleased to present the Strawberry Hill Park Skate Park Development Project. And this project will expand skating opportunities by creating an inclusive outdoor skating space for all ages and abilities, inclusive of scooters, roller and inline skating, and yes, wheelchairs. The project is located on Bainbridge Island in Western Washington, part of Kitsap County, across the Puget Sound from Seattle. The skate park project is in the center of the service area that is served by the Bainbridge Island Metropolitan Park and Recreation District. This service area includes approximately 1,500 acres of managed public parklands and 48 miles of public trails. Evident by the regional draw of the existing skate bowl, which is on the project site, the skating service area, however, extends beyond the island. And in this map, you can see the ferry to downtown Seattle, as well as the fact that we have a bridge on Bainbridge Island, bringing Kitsap County here. The development project itself is in the Strawberry Hill Park, the island's centrally located and original developed community park, also in the center of the map. The map's also highlighting the urban population of Bainbridge Island, which is less than 3 miles away. Next slide, please. The planned new skate park will incorporate the existing 20-year-old rotary skate bowl, which is renowned for advanced skating. And that skate bowl is in the center of this drone image. It's kind of an odd shaped piece of concrete. And that again is a skate bowl just south of a parking lot. This shows you the project limits and exactly where this project would apply within Strawberry Hill Park. Now we'll talk about the need criteria number 1. This is the one skate facility, the existing skate bowl at the site. There are no other intentional skating surfaces across the island or its 45 park sites. No other public or private agency on the island provides skating facilities or fixtures, such as the practice ramps, rails, furniture, and amenities of this project. The other area skate parks are off-island, in Silverdale 18 miles and Kingston 15 miles away. These are not accessible to our community users. At this existing bowl, there are no other uses or abilities really there other than advanced skating. The sign shows our distressed skateboarders saying, "Please no scooters," because it is not a safe environment. We are a community, though, looking ahead to a safe and encouraging interaction among skaters, including new skill development opportunities in the project by way of its design, which you'll hear about for both casual and intentional programming. The need for skating facilities has been long articulated. Next slide, please. You can see in this picture visual temporary structures that have taken place over the decades, including in the early 1980s when a temporary half pipe went up at Strawberry Hill Park. And that's when the advocacy began for permanent skating facilities at this park. The design of this project, as you will hear, is for open street skating, directly responding to the community's need for an accessible, more inclusive urban style skating environment. Some 8,000 people, approximately a third of the island's 26,000 residents, live within 3 miles of Strawberry Hill Park. And the site is also just 1 mile from Bainbridge Island School District's main campuses, home to nearly 3,000 students less than a mile away. The 2020 plan, just to finish talking about need, 2020 Park Comprehensive Plan acknowledges the need for expanded skating based on the population growth, but it did not recognize the current service deficiency. So with this project and its implementation, we'll see an improvement of levels of service from 350 square feet per 1,000 residents to 1,000, a significant increase and also addressing the deficiency in service levels. More recently than 2020, however, a campaign got underway along with awareness of the need for skating, and Mary's going to make a comment about that need.
Yeah, the pictures you're looking at right now is an empty lot in Winslow next to the offices of the Bainbridge Health Foundation. And during COVID, all of the youth skaters that have an affinity and need for more street style skating, not the advanced bowl with coping, would skate here all day long, all the day, and we're kicked off and now have no place to have that street style skating.
Strawberry Hill Park, in place for nearly 60 years, recently completed an updated park concept plan. And this laid out unified programming and infrastructure so that it can remain a growing community destination. The expanded skate park, and that's in the center of the park, and it's in a blue color, will be an anchoring element in the central play area, which is the large yellow area. This area will integrate play opportunities with support facilities such as the existing adjacent picnic shelter, multiple restrooms, a mini gym, and the community center. And then finally, the project itself is going to provide entry-level opportunities for skill building and spaces to allow skaters to advance to the point of being able to skate like this individual in the picture. And now Mary's going to give us a design overview.
Again, the existing facility is just an advanced bowl of coping. So the skate park.
Hey, Mary, sorry to interrupt. We can't hear you very well. So your microphone might be sort of directional. So maybe just.
Gotcha. Thank you. Again, the existing facility is just an advanced bowl of coping. So this was a skate park professionally designed in response to the need for more street style skating. It was designed by Grindline Skate Parks of Seattle in consultation with a multi-age advisory group of Bainbridge Island stakeholders. It's been extensively vetted by the community and adopted by elected officials. Elements such as inscribed color concrete are provided in the custom unique design, suggesting the local, historic, and cultural interpretation of the land use of the Japanese American farmers. There are now permit-ready engineered construction plans with best development practices that protect the surrounding natural environment. Accompanying these plans, there is an engineered cost estimate recently updated to $1.3 million. So in this first picture, you're looking at the south, looking north. There's a pump track ribboned around the 17,000 square feet of newly serviced skate park, and that can be used for all types of skating. There's an existing picnic shelter there to the east, and there's an entry point connecting the new skate park to the existing skate park. It also includes transition spaces with rails and artistic elements such as the metal grinding rod to represent the orca's dorsal fin. And again, there's those strawberry bump outs to represent the land use of the site. And to our platform box for skating of the ferry. There's many elements of a comprehensive and responsive design, including enhancements to the existing facility, such as quarter pipes and extensions beyond it to extend the bowl depth and transition space. The project came from the community over decades with design and development of the true community skate park became the goal of the official project agreement between the Park District and the Parks and Trails Foundation in 2021. We had 2 public advisory committees that formed, including local school-age children, to advise the design. The project plan also advanced through multiple interactive public meetings and surveys, reaching a design consensus and a unanimous approval by the elected Park District Board in the summer of 2022.
Looking back and forward under sustainability, these historic pictures show past use, but Strawberry Hill Park is now known for its celebrated healthy forest stewardship. And this includes and incorporates local recreation with careful management. It blends ecology with social and economic benefits. In fact, 2 recently donated parcels came to this park, doubling it in size, and in a large part to protect the sense of retreat into a protected natural environment. A basic ecological benefit of this project is that the area to be disturbed during mobilization and construction is already developed for active park use. There is no development on raw land and no required mitigation costs associated with this development. The construction includes innovative stormwater management practices, especially in the form of holding cells below grade, which will control stormwater sheet flow at natural conditions. The park maintains historic features and has programs to grow social opportunities and cultural learning, recognizing the site's earliest days as a Japanese American strawberry farm, which was condemned to become a military installation post-World War II. There is a history of community coordination in place in this park with affiliated community and cultural organizations, to include the reuse of the military barracks currently as a community hub and a storage facility for emergency preparedness citizen initiative called Bainbridge Prepares. In this drone image, more of the developed park, you might notice the grass areas in the middle of the parking lot. These are actually buried and covered Nike missile caverns, one of which now functions as a water cistern, gathering parking lot stormwater for irrigation of the adjacent sports fields. Please also note all the active program spaces on this slide. Economic factors of sustainability. The size, scale, and location of this new facility will bring economic benefit in form of visitors, especially as a competition venue. Community-based project have a proven record on the island, including financial gap funding, aiding in the economic sustainability of our projects, and maintaining high-quality sites that draw visitors and give community pride. For cost efficiencies, the Park and Trails Foundation is the Park District's primary partner, and through their work generates community participation. A project agreement is in place between the organizations committing to the $1.3 million community investment. The members of the project committee, organized and facilitated by the foundation, are committed ambassadors and currently building excitement, as does this grant request for $500,000 to establish base funding for the project. We are in the quiet foundational fundraising stage. However, the foundation is prepared to provide letters of commitment later in the year covering the required match funds. Finally, under our final mention on cost efficiencies, the project will be completed in a single phase to minimize interruption to the skate park, reduce site mobilization costs, and reach the intended diverse participation at its opening. The design does allow for multiple stages in fundraising. That's a good strategy. But construction is anticipated to begin in the summer of 2026 following the final strategic fundraising plans. A soft opening is expected over the winter of 2026, and the facility will be fully active by spring 2027. We welcome all to come and experience the new Strawberry Hill Skate Park. Thank you.
Great, thanks you guys. Take that back. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened with the sound, but so Matthew, we heard you just fine. And is it Mary? Yeah, we couldn't hear you real well, and I don't know if you needed to. Anyway, just for maybe practice a little bit before the next time, if you need to either turn whatever microphone you're using, I don't know if it's on a laptop or it might just be really like directional or something.
Yeah, in a massive like power outage across the islands. We're kind of in an adaptive situation anyway.
Okay, Roxanne, go ahead, and then Doug.
Right, perfect. Thanks for presenting, Matthew. Looks like a fun project. I would just ask, I think sometimes you had a lot of narrative going on with the slides, and while we have great visuals of the skateboardings, it's helpful to align the visual with the content so that we can grasp it more quickly when we're seeing a lot of different things come forward. And you close with some really good information about your timeline and budget. And I think some of that actually goes back up into project design. So I think just revisit, because we're following along and expecting the information to flow this way so that we can process it quickly.
Thanks. Go ahead, Doug.
Can you go back to slide 10 for me? So
numbered.
I'm gonna echo what Roxanne just said about the visuals on the slide matching what you're talking about. Okay, good. And then go back 2 more slides. I think it's 2 more. Maybe 3. I was like, it was like the same pictures I thought I saw in a row a couple of slides later. But on the slide 10, you were talking about a deficiency in your level of service, basically. Something about and I can't remember what the exact deficiency was, but if you could show us a graphic map that shows us what the deficiency is, like we have with the nearest park is a half mile or 2 miles.
Right, right.
Show us that graphically. The pictures of the skateboarders are great, and that's awesome, Phil. Doesn't really tell me too much about your project and what the deficiency you're talking about is, okay?
Okay.
Give me more detail on the deficiency, I can go, okay, I understand what you're talking about now. But I can't even tell you what the deficiency you were talking about was. I have a graphic representation of it here on the screen to show me this is what I mean, okay? The other thing is looking at, I've also got the Prism stuff that you entered into Prism, the application. And all it has in here is you're doing 1.3 million for a skate park. 21,350 square feet, 1 new, 1 renovated, and a combination of flat track with bowls. I heard in there talk about a picnic shelter, a pump track, clearing and site prep, clearing and grading, landscaping. I heard all of that stuff is in there. If you can break down your project into those elements in Prism and give us the pricing per element, it helps us determine if that is in our minds accurate. I know you're on I know you're on an island. I know costs go up. So show me. I was on Whidbey Island for 10 years. I know when you're on an island, costs for construction go higher. So if I can see it as opposed to just a lump sum, show me the elements as much as you possibly can. It helps me determine where we're at. I like the project. It's a great project. Just tighten it up a little bit. You'd be great.
Thank you.
Thanks, Doug. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, I liked the elements that you provided. Like Carl noted, there was a bit of the audio was out, so I'm sure that there's a lot more details in there that I'd love to hear about. But also the pump track, how was that? How did that come up? How did the design? Did you hear feedback from the community or whatnot? Because that's an important feature. I think that you get some points for. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you.
Good. Thanks, Joe. Other thoughts, suggestions on this one? All right. Thanks, you guys. You'll get some written comments as well from the committee and from your grants managers. So,
thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Absolutely. We'll see you later. Okay, we've arrived at a break, a little ahead of schedule. Why don't we come back at 2:15 and try to stay a little ahead of schedule. See you soon. All right. Hey, everybody. Welcome back. We are moving to City of Oak Harbor, Windjammer Park, and it looks like who's here? Is Brian, you presenting this one?
I am, yes.
Okay, great. Welcome. I had a couple other names. I don't know if Brandon or Wendy or
Brandon and Wendy are both with me, yes.
I'm sorry, what?
Yes, Brandon and Wendy are both with me. I'll be the spokesperson.
Oh, great. Okay. You're all on the same line there. Okay. All right. Well, let me launch your PowerPoint. You can see that okay?
I can, yeah.
Okay, good. I'm going to stop my video, hand you control. There you go. All right. Go ahead and click on the screen. See if you can drive that. There we go. Looks like it's working.
Okay.
All right. Well, you have 12 minutes, so go ahead whenever you're ready.
All right. Well, good afternoon. I'm Brian Smith. I'm the Parks and Recreation Director for the City of Oak Harbor, and we're seeking a partnership with the Recreation and Conservation Office under the Washington Wildlife and Recreation Program for renovation and safety improvements of our city's 50-year-old baseball fields. So the project is located on beautiful Whidbey Island in downtown Oak Harbor, which has a population just under 25,000 within city limits. It also supports around 30,000 military personnel and their families on the nearby Naval Air Station. The project's service area includes families and small communities throughout Island County and Fidalgo Island, with a total service area population of just over 107,000. The ball fields are located at Windjammer Park in the heart of Oak Harbor, which is a regional park for the island and the city's main activity park. It's especially important to nearby residents in our most urban area with higher density housing and disadvantaged neighborhoods. There we go. Wanted to give you a good shot of the park. So this is looking towards our downtown commercial areas, and here's the ball fields with new number of apartment buildings just off to the east side. And as you see at the top of the slide, I wanted to start with talking about project engagement, because this is a community started and led initiative. I started with a brand new Parks and Recreation department that was organized a year and a half ago. And immediately the public started streaming in, wanting to see updates to the city's tired recreational facilities that are well past their useful life. So the previous year, the city surveyed residents with a needs assessment focusing on Windjammer Park, how the public sees it, and what improvements the community would like to see there. The ball fields are in the top 10 reasons why people come to Windjammer Park, and one of the top issues that they felt needed to be addressed. So this has been reinforced with many families coming to speak to the city council meetings about conditions and safety needs of the ball fields. The ball fields were constructed about 50 years ago in the 1970s. The park has been renovated twice since then, once in 1982 with the help of RCO grant funds, and then again in 2016. However, the ball fields were not addressed in either of those updates to the park and have remained as originally constructed, though a little worse for wear. Our park staff do regular mowing and basic maintenance of the fields, and the Little League, who are the main users of the fields, regularly volunteer time to assist with the upkeep. But even so, it's a slow losing battle against the harsh eroding conditions of the area over a 50-year period. The new Parks and Recreation Department has prioritized addressing the deferred maintenance and refurbishing the ball fields. And we're seeking a partnership with RCO for implementing upgrades to address safety standards, including repairing infield lips, replacing dugouts, fencing, and bullpens, improving warning tracks and lighting, and replacing backstops and unsafe bleachers for spectator seating. Addressing these issues will extend the life of the ball fields and with a little bit of love, make them safe to use for another 50 years. The project scope seeks to address the most critical safety issues. North Whitby Little League serves an average of about 370 youth, along with about 1,000 spectators each year, utilizing ball fields in spring, summer, and fall. And the public also utilizes the fields with sandlot games and other recreational activities and events. So along with the heavy utilization, the fields are located along a southern-facing shoreline, and deterioration and erosion from the elements is a major issue. The fields have only lasted this many decades due to countless volunteer hours by the public, supplementing what resources the city is able to carve out for ongoing care of the fields. And really, despite staff and the public's best efforts, there is a lot of deferred maintenance, and that impacts playability for the hundreds of kids that participate in programs here. All structures are deteriorated well past their useful life and are pretty sketchy safety-wise. Pronounced infield lips and subsidences around the fields present trip hazards and cause the balls to dangerously behave erratically. The fields are not square with home plate or the foul post, and low spots with poor drainage retain water, which, as you know, in the Pacific Northwest is a death sentence to baseball and softball programs. The city has been working with Mattia contractors and Diamond Dust to plan and design the improvements. And North Whitby Little League has committed to supporting the project with funding and volunteer hours. The project is at 90% design, ready to go to construction with bid and funding award. The vision and goal with this project to improve the Windjammer Ball Field facilities is to provide a safe and improved experience for our players, our families here in the community, and the community at large around the region, to continue to provide healthy outdoor athletic experiences for the youth here in Whidbey Island. We celebrate the success of these fields over the past 50 years, where many of my own staff who maintain them today played on them when they were kids. And we want to honor that legacy by providing regional recreational facilities that continue to make our community proud. So I've spoken a lot about safety, which is the critical component with this project, but want to touch on other important factors as well in implementation. The project will include an agronomic design that will reduce water consumption and showcase sustainable landscaping. We're utilizing specialized materials that are resistant to erosion and environmentally friendly without the need for additive conditioners. And as a location built on ancestral lands, we have an archaeologist on staff to work with RCO on cultural resources. The project considers and addresses a number of social factors as well. Located in the disadvantaged neighborhoods of Oak Harbor, the facilities are multimodal friendly, just across the street from the transit station, with pathways for bicycles, ADA parking, and ramps, which were installed with previous park renovations. And now we're ready to connect those improvements to the ball fields. And this project will add in accessibility improvements, bringing it up to date with the rest of the park for inclusive access. Little League came to us with the rest of the community, seeking these improvements for safety and inclusivity, but also for opportunity. The Little League has been working with regional and state organizers with updating the fields as condition for Oak Harbor to be able to host regional and state tournaments, which will bring much needed tourism dollars to the area. And just like with a car where you can wash it to stave off erosion, check air pressure on the tires, change the oil, and do what you can to keep it going, after 50 years of heavy use, the maintenance costs get high and you'll need to replace a few things to keep it running. And so it is with our park. But not only will this project extend the useful life of the fields, with the improvements, our operating costs will decrease and our revenues will increase, allowing us to take the care of public facilities to the next level. The city's prepared to start the project in 2025. Purchasing materials and replacing the structures will be the first step. Installation and renovation work will occur over the winter with completion in March of 2026 in time for the Little League spring season. Our ask in partnership with RCO's WWRP recreation program is $300,000 with the city matching 200,000 and Little League business sponsors and public donations supplementing that. We have a lot of cost efficiencies with the project that'll help us out as well. We already have supporting infrastructure in place around the ball fields. And from the onset, this project has been a community-led, city-supported project. And this is just one of those projects that has been a softball pitch to support and get our city council behind it. It's an easy decision to support hundreds of youth in our area. So with that, happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you for your time and service for this program. And would love to receive any feedback that you have for us.
Great, thank you, Brian. Silvana, why don't you start, and then Jill.
All right. Yeah, thank you for the presentation today. One of the things that was a little bit hard was when the presentation is not in the same order as the scoring criteria. We're reviewing a lot of applications, so bouncing around is difficult. We might miss a few points here and there. So as best you can align your presentation with the scoring criteria. It helps us to give you the maximum amount of points that you're eligible for. The other thing too, your timeline. So I am overseeing a project, a ball field renovation that's just wrapping up, and we, like you, were trying to do it in the winter time. But it is really hard to get them open even by the end of summer to have grass established. So I would just caution you on that timeline that you put together. And I didn't see your cost estimates in your application for the different elements. And so I was trying to understand what sort of things were going to be upgraded besides the fields, like if the dugouts and if there was ADA pathways. So I would encourage you to put a little more detail into the application of kind of breaking out the costs there. And then under project engagement is where I'd probably highlight your Little League partnership because that kind of came at the end, but there is some criteria in the engagement for partnerships. So you might want to bring that one forward at that time.
Great, thank you. Very helpful.
Thank you. Jill.
Thank you. And to Silvana's point, I think you have a couple categories in there that could be shifted into another category. For instance, immediacy of threat or immediacy doesn't apply to development projects, but it does for acquisition. And then I'm a little unclear on if you are also applying for LWCF. I thought I saw LWCF in your PRISM metrics.
No, that we made that correction in our presentation already, just not in the one that got submitted beforehand.
Okay, so you're just
yes, just the WWRP.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Jill. Go ahead, Doug.
Hey, Brian. Very familiar with these fields. Know them quite well. I had a couple of questions. Is there any drainage on the fields? Is there drainage underneath them? Is that going to be part of this project?
There is no current drainage, and yeah, we're hoping to put some drainage improvements there.
Okay, because that's something you might want to highlight is if that's part of your project, highlight that you're doing that. I know Whidbey Island, I know those fields, and I know that rain, that pooling of water that you've got sitting there and that southern facing coastline there, and even in that kind of protected inlet there, it's not really that protected. You're going to get a lot of water there. You're going to want to advertise that you're putting in drainage and improving the site that way. Do you have an overall site plan? Like even if you've just got a graphic so you can bring up like these where you show the field A plan and the field C plan here, if you could zoom out a little bit and show us the whole thing and identify on it what you're doing, it's going to help us to identify exactly what's included in this, because I think that's a lot of what I'm having trouble with this one is I'm looking at it and you're talking about in your metrics, you just talk about baseball field development and you're maintaining and upgrading to address safety standards for baseball fields at Windjammer Park. But you don't specifically give me, yeah, this is good, but identify exactly what you're doing on each one of the fields so that we can then see it. I just need more detail. Like, what are you doing? Because one of my biggest questions, and I wrote it in my comments, is this more of a maintenance grant project versus a local parks project? Because that's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing maintenance. I'm hearing that we need to go in and do maintenance on this field and maintain it. It's not, to me, a renovation. If it's a renovation, then tell me what you're renovating. What are you doing that we really need this for? So those are my comments. But I'm familiar with the fields, and it would be a great, either way, the project would be a great help to these fields. I just need to know more detail so I know how to score it.
Great. No, that's very helpful. We weren't sure in 12 minutes how much into the weeds to get into all those details, but that's helpful.
Thanks, Doug. Silvana, go ahead, and then Genevieve.
So one question I had when you brought up Little League was YAF does have higher limits. And so I was curious, if you'd consider applying through YAF. And then the other piece, kind of along the lines of what Doug said, was if these fields are offline because they're not safe to play, and therefore renovating them is going to bring them back online and increase the number of children that are being served. I think that would be an important piece because that would show that you're increasing capacity in your system. But if they're currently being played and it is a renovation just to do major improvements, that kind of does fall into the local parks maintenance versus improvement that's creating capacity.
Good, thanks. Go ahead, Genevieve.
Yeah, I just was wondering a little bit about if there's any partnership with the local school districts and if there's any additional need. I believe the communities may be getting some renovations to a couple of their schools. So just wondering, level of service wise, is this a feature or an amenity that those schools are not going to offer? And then also if there is a partnership or collaboration there, if maybe you could, mention that in the slide or something like that. And can you guys hear me okay? My computer's saying, is my sound coming through?
We
Okay.
can, yeah.
And also, I might have missed it, but I don't know if you mentioned a parks plan or the comp plan. If this renovation is mentioned in either of those, it would be nice to point to that. But otherwise, looks good.
That's good feedback. Yeah, the recreational facilities are mentioned in our comprehensive plan and council priorities. We will be doing a Parks and Recreation master plan soon with the new department. I haven't completed it.
Great, thanks. Other comments or suggestions? Okay, Brian, I think you heard some good feedback about there's lack of clarity here on, it's kind of borderline maintenance versus, full-on renovation, and some of the things you list in your description, replacing dugouts, fencing, bullpens, that'd all be, like development renovation. But then you say this project, these funds will be used to purchase materials, replacement parts, equipment. Then it kind of sounds like maybe maintenance. And it would be really good to work with your grants manager to sort of clarify the scope. Someone mentioned YAF. There's a much higher grant limit if that becomes an option. I don't know if you're, $500,000 is not going to be enough for like artificial turf, but are you replacing any turf? Are you doing, probably not artificial, but new sod, or those sorts of things. Just really clarify your scope, and we need to make sure it's an eligible renovation in this category.
Yeah, so it's definitely a renovation project, replacing whole facilities and redoing the fields. But yeah, all great feedback. Really appreciate it.
Okay, good. Yeah, just be real clear and direct, like exactly what's going on. So,
and drainage addition.
Yeah, definitely highlight that if you're putting a new drain. That sounds like a key issue of this location. So, good. And make sure you're asking for enough money, because that's not a lot of money for 3 fields here. So yeah, I mean, you can ask for more in this grant, up to 500. You have to bring a little more match, or like YF, someone mentioned that the limit's up to 1.2, 1.5, no, 1.5, I think 1.5. COAF was 1.2. Okay. So anyway, you
Yeah, it's just being able
anyway,
to swing with the match for that, right?
yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a limitation. So yeah, I hear you. Yeah. But it would be okay to do just one or two fields. You do not have to do all three. If this is the money you have to work with, maybe that just means two of the fields or something. So Doug, you got something else?
Brian, I'm just going to encourage you to reach out to your grants manager and talk through all of this with them. They're going to give you all the guidance you can get on this as to where it should possibly go. I think it's a great project. It's just finding the right fit for it.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, Doug. All righty. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the comments and feedback. Really appreciate it, guys. Thank you for your time.
Absolutely. All right. We are moving up to Bellingham. And let's see, is Jonathan here? Yeah, looks like it. All right, Jonathan, can you hear me okay?
Hello, testing.
Hey, there you are. I can hear you. Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Excellent. And you can see your PowerPoint?
I do.
All right. Well, thanks for joining us. I'm going to give you control. Let's do this.
Fantastic.
All right, go ahead and click on the screen. See if that works for you. Yeah, looks like it's working.
Okay. I'm going to go backwards, forwards. Okay. Test, test. Good.
All right, whenever you're ready, you have 12 minutes.
Okay, ready, set, go. Excuse me. I think you still need to see my... Okay, here we go. Hello, I'm Jonathan Schilk with the City of Bellingham Parks and Recreation to present Storybrook Park. For this grant, Storybrook Park is located in the City of Bellingham, northwest corner of the City of Bellingham in Whatcom County in Washington State. The red area that you see is the half-mile service area around 5.8-acre Storybrook Park in the center there. And the park is mostly within the underserved Birchwood neighborhood. The park is bounded on this map by McLeod Road, West Maplewood Avenue, and Cherrywood Avenue. And the surrounding area is zoned residential. And the park is mostly undeveloped except for this little trail here in this driveway. Existing legitimate park uses include strolling and dog walking, and that's about the extent of it. Recreational opportunities are sparse in the Birchwood neighborhood. And what I wanted to point out is that there is another park within this service area, and that's Shuckson Meadow. And it's a small park, and it's got limited recreational opportunities. There are two other parks nearby, but they're outside of the service area. And one is Birchwood Park, and the other is Squalicum Creek Park. The one thing I'd like to point out here is that you got this little area here that's outside of the service area that is multifamily residential. And what I discovered is that it's more likely for the people living outside the service area to go to Storybrook Park once it's developed than any other park, just simply because it's closer in terms of walking distance. A third of the population of the Birchwood neighborhood, or about 1,585 people, live within these yellow colored areas, and these are multifamily developments. And there's a future multifamily going on over here, and more over here outside the city limits, which is right there. Many residents are low income in the Birchwood neighborhood, non-white, and there's a relatively high mortality rate when compared to the state. This project is to give the residents something to do in their backyard, which is basically what Storybrook Park is, their backyard. Also, the neighborhood population is fifth highest in the city. We reckon it to be about 5,000 people. As mentioned before, 1,585 people live within multifamily residential just down the street, and more is coming. The city's encouraging infill and accessory dwelling units in this neighborhood. And plus, there are some additional services that are planned for the Birchwood neighborhood that are listed here on this slide. Developing Storybook Park is high priority in the 2023 Parks and Recreation Open Space Plan, which is part of the comprehensive plan. The parks in the Birchwood Neighborhood Plan, the master plan was approved by City Council and Phase 1 is funded. The red circle here, that's Storybook Park. That's its service area in context of all the other parks in the area. So you can sort of see it's at the northwest corner of things. And it was purchased to fill the gap in recreation services in this part of the neighborhood. There are some good things to know about this park. It's got no safe pedestrian access along Maplewood. Maplewood's an arterial. There are 4 wetlands on site, and the related buffers cover about 72% of the project site or the park site. The park is sloped mainly towards this ravine here, occupied by this. You got an existing footpath here, driveway here, and a rough gravel trail here. The site vegetation is a mix of native hardwoods, softwoods, and ornamental plants, and there are a lot of weeds to control as well. And that there's a kind of an open meadow and gravel area right here from the old home site that used to be there. So I mentioned the existing dirt pathway, and that's not in this grant. It's going to continue to be used until we develop it. But for right now, it kind of joins in with this existing rough gravel trail that runs to Cherrywood Avenue. There's a gated driveway and a constructed pond here. And right now, the park is mainly a place to go through and not to linger in. So our intent is to build a fun and inviting, challenging playground, an accessible trail from Cherrywood to the park core, and a new forest trail, and to widen this driveway to allow for emergency vehicle and maintenance access from Maplewood, and to provide for underground utilities across the street into the park core and improve user safety. So that's the scope. I'd like to get into project design real quickly. So let's take a look at some of the facilities that we're proposing. And the way I like to do that is just to focus in on the park core for now, and then I'll go to some of the other sections as we go along. So first, we're planning on a 3,600 square foot playground. It will be fun, and the hope is that we're going to appeal to the 5 senses: touch, sight, hearing, vestibular, and proprioception, while providing kids opportunities to socialize and cooperate with their playmates. There's a gathering area adjacent to the playground with park furnishings, drinking fountains, a park kiosk, and it's also is a link to what I'm going to talk about next, would be the forest pathway off to the left, and it links up with the driveway to West Maplewood and the trail to Cherrywood. So this playground is pretty close to being designed. And what you see is generally, I think it's really close to what we want to install. The playground is similar to Nature Play in that it includes a log jumble and a climbing net for open-ended play. And then there is a climbing rock and weaving poles for more open-ended imaginative play, spinning cups, and 2-throw swing, kind of good for vestibular stimulation. And there's an embankment slide, and just behind the climbing logs are stepping mushrooms for gross motor movement. Switching over to here, there's a areas adjacent to the playground that are more suited for special developmental needs of the diverse population of the Birchwood neighborhood. And the next thing I'd like to talk about is the Forest Trail. We're kind of excited about this. Play from the playground is intended to extend informally into the forest in diverse ways, such as hide and seek and finding treasures in nooks and niches. The trail ambles through a variety of forest conditions and deciduous and conifer groves, and they reveal down woody debris, root wads, and wetlands. Here's a wetland right there. A small outdoor classroom is defined by a ring of site harvested standing and sitting stones for educational purposes. And in a future phase, we're planning on involving neighborhood kids and teenagers to actually formulate an interpretation plan for the Forest Trail. So migrating to the south of the park, we're going to be looking at the Cherrywood Trail. And the Cherrywood Trail will be the accessible route into the park core. That's mainly out of just the realities of the site and the site sloping. So the accessible pathway, you can see my cursor there. Here's Cherrywood Trail. Will run into the park core, right about where the playground is going to be located. And the trail will be widened to accommodate park maintenance vehicles and graded to a maximum 5% slope. The trailhead at Cherrywood Park will be, Cherrywood Avenue will be signed. And we're planning on additional clearing and earthwork to establish strong, clear lines of sight into the park. And eventually in phase 2 or some other future phase, we're planning on a small parking area of two slots, one of them being ADA. So extending safe non-vehicular access to the park isn't in the grant application, but it's an important aspect of phase 1. The black arrow indicates proposed street improvements such as striped bike lane, curb, gutter, sidewalk from Alderwood Avenue, which is right here where my cursor is, all the way up to McLeod Road. And the intent here is to provide access to relatively densely populated areas of Birchwood neighborhood. And the light gray here is intended to show that we have those curb, gutter, sidewalk, and bike lanes that extend all the way down to those multifamily that I previously showed. The project is in the 2024 budget and will be carried over to the next budget cycle. Phase 1 bid ready plans are due mid-June this year, and permit applications will be submitted for review and approval soon after that. Project engagement. Well, the public process has been robust. There have been 21 separate meetings and other events for public input. The methods of outreach have been diverse. We received input from the Birchwood Neighborhood Association, Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, park committees, City Council, the neighbors to the park. We invited input about preferences for park development through website, email, Engage Bellingham, and surveys. The community influenced the placement and the purpose and the phasing of this park. And the city and the community talked about mitigating perceived negative impacts to the neighbors. You know, in the end, this project gained the support of all those people that I listed before, and including the neighbors and the children in the Birchwood Neighborhood Elementary School and members of the public who participated in the public engagement process. Sorry about that. So as far as sustainability, I may have spent a little bit too much time on this, but it's worth talking about. We minimized the footprint of this project. Only 0.8 of an acre out of the total 5.77 acres of have impacts and are planned for phase 1. An example of this is the Forest Trail, which was reduced in width to reduce impact to the wetland buffers and to use fewer materials for lower carbon input footprint. Another example is that there will only be 4.47 acre permanent impacts to the wetland buffers, and there's 4.27 acres of wetland buffers. And the project is designed to minimize removal of tree canopy. The city selected certain building materials that are a lower carbon footprint than other materials. An example of this would be the playground equipment is made of robinia, which is a sustainable high-density rot-resistant natural material. Fall surfacing is made from locally sourced shredded wood fiber formulated to attenuate impacts. And the locally mined crushed limestone trail surfacing provides a firm, stable, slip-resistant surface. And that will be our trail surfacing. And the other sustainable aspect of this is that we're trying to connect this park to neighbors to the southeast where the multifamily is. The social factor of this project in terms of sustainability is play. You know, play can foster socializing and cooperation in kids. We have a park steward program where we enlist people to take care of parks on an ongoing basis, and we currently have one for this park, and to keep eyes on it on a frequent basis. We also organize volunteer work parties to care for the park, and the outdoor classroom will be a place for kids to learn more about the environment and even become involved in the interpretive program that I mentioned before. We plan to reuse materials such as on-site boulders, logs, and we'll bring in some old granite curbs from another project to use in this project. Locally produced crushed limestone is an economic factor in that it's less costly to place and maintain than other surface materials. And the use of park stewards for ongoing park maintenance activities and volunteers for occasional bursts of weed control eases cost of overall park maintenance. This grant project will be bundled with a 1/4 mile of street pedestrian improvements, including the striped bike lanes, curb gutter, and sidewalk from here to here, Alderwood Avenue. The grant will have its own bid schedule so that expenses can be tracked and billed separately. The point of this is to gain economy of scale. And the selection of crushed limestone for trails is bolstered by the relatively low cost and ease of maintenance. Again, park stewards and volunteers reduce park maintenance costs. And year over year, towards that, just to illustrate, people give about 8,000 hours of their time to maintain parkland in general. So we'll see how it actually plays out for this park, but that's the intent. So in conclusion, this project fills a demonstrated need for recreation facilities to enhance the physical and mental well-being of the people in the neighborhood. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Jonathan. All right, questions for this project? Silvana, you want to go ahead, and then Genevieve?
It looked like there was 2 phases to the project. I was a little confused of what was in the grant and what was not in the grant. There was a little clarification at the end there where the frontage improvements were not going to be in the grant. So I took that off. But I just, when you're presenting, maybe be focus in on the area that's in the grant. So when we're scoring, we can make sure that we're matching up the project with the criteria.
Great, thank you. Go ahead, Genevieve.
Yeah, I was wondering where the parking and public access point is. I know that the main road you said wasn't really like a safe access point at this point, which is why you're doing the other phase for improvements to Maplewood. But I'm just wondering if all these improvements are made to the park, where do people access it and get there safely? And is there parking?
Oh, okay. Well, there's no parking that's designed for this project in phase 1. Parking's designed for phase 2, and we haven't started designing phase 2. People access the park from Cherrywood right now, and from Maplewood and from that end of the trail that I mentioned off of McLeod at the north end. So you can see that green line there. So that's McLeod, there's Maplewood. And so the yellow lines are intended to show phase 1 trail work, and phase 2 would be the green line.
Thanks, Doug. Go ahead and then Ann.
Okay, I'm going to start by saying I love the idea of the project. It looks really cool. Biggest issues I have, your project introduction. I didn't get a grasp of what you were doing until project design. I didn't understand what was happening within this project until then, and you should give us an intro of your project immediately so we know, hey, this is a development project. I'm doing a playground, a trail, and this and that and the other thing. Give us that in project introduction so we know what we're looking at. Secondly, I don't know, Carl, I don't know if that was over 12. It felt like that was over 12 minutes. I think the timeline on your presentation needs to tighten up. So I would look at anything that's not specific or completely relevant to the grant criteria or this project and take it out and go back to your grant criteria, work with your grant manager and nail this down to, there's so much information here. You're going to have to edit it down. It's too much. Slide 4, you showed the neighboring park, but the neighboring park didn't have a service area shown. So I didn't get that shown until slide 10, which addressed the service area. If you have a half-mile service area and you show us that map right off the bat and say we have a half-mile service area, however, the homes to the north and west of this project do not have a park servicing at this time, this would fill that gap. That helps us. And then on your slides, a couple of times I heard you say, where my cursor is and try to indicate on your cursor, hey, this is the accessible route. If you want us to see something, you can't rely on your cursor. You got to put a big arrow on there with saying accessible route and put it on there so we see it. I can't guarantee that you're going to be able to see the cursor and be able to see what you're talking about. So my thought would be is just put those things on your slides and show us exactly what you're looking at.
Okay.
I do think great project. Let's just clean up the presentation so that we can see it all.
Thanks.
Good, thanks, Doug. I was going to mention that about the cursor. We could see it sometimes, but not all the time. So, like you said, don't rely on it. Just slap some nice labels and arrows and whatnot on the slides. Ann, did you have something?
Doug covered everything that I was going to talk about. So thanks, Doug.
Okay. All right. Got you covered. Good. And it was a little long. It was a little over 3 minutes long. So you will need to tighten that up down to 12 minutes. We're a little flexible here at Tech Review, but yeah, you got to get it all into 12 minutes, which can be tough, but we got a lot of projects to get through. So
yeah, I know. Yeah, thanks. I thought I had it under 12, but things got long.
Yeah, that happens.
Yeah. Okay.
Great. Well, thanks, Jonathan. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you again in August.
Yeah, thanks for the comments. Appreciate it.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All righty. Moving over to the Colville skate park project. And let's see, Matthew.
Hi, yes, I'm on.
There you are. All right, great. Welcome. You can see your PowerPoint okay?
Yes, I can.
All right, I'm gonna stop my video, hand you control. There you are. All right, go ahead and click on the slide and see if that can work for you.
It says I'm controlling it. All right.
Good.
So, quick introduction. I'm Matthew Pleasance. I'm the Centralized Service Director for the Colville Confederated Tribes. Today, I'm going to be presenting the Inchelum Skate Park. Boom. So this project has been going on for the last, probably about 5 years. So there's been a lot of community engagement going through this process. And this is one of our artwork that has community involvement and was driven by the community. Inchelum, where is it located? It's located on the Colville Reservation on the eastern side of the reservation. We're 1.4 million acres. Inchelm is pretty remote. As you can see, proximity to Spokane is 2 hours away. Little photo of what the Inchelm community looks like. Public need. It's a pretty big public need. Inchelm is really rural. It is just distressed community. It's a high community of color. The average median income is 37K. Children under 18 is 21%, near the poverty line. Oh no, I can't see this one portion of the slide, but the body mass, BMI, for the Inchelm community, I believe you guys can probably see it, is really high. I believe it was like around 26%, for the community.
Yep. Yeah, we can see it. Maybe it's cut off on your end, but we can see that. Okay, thank you.
Awesome. Click. All right. So total population for the Inchelm community is 16,000, a little over 16,000. But the mortality rate per 100,000 for Inchelm is 660,000 compared to the state number of 675. The public need. The community of Inchelm doesn't really have really many outdoor activities that are available for young adults and the youth. As you can see, Kettle Falls is the next close is in proximity for something for youth age. So K through I think 13, we classified it as is a 40-minute drive. There is no public transportation available that would allow them to make that journey to use any type of outdoor recreation activities of that nature. Other than the next closest location on reservation would be Omak, Washington, which is 2 hours and it's over 3 different mountain passes. And then of course, Spokane is over 2 hours away. The project scope. So the idea that came up to it was, the Inchelm community is really outdoorsy. They love being outdoor. They love hunting. They love fishing. They love playing softball, but that's not what everyone wants to do. And so the idea was, what are other activities that could be really community driven, community focused, and what the youth would buy into? And so part of our community economic development strategies, one of the things that popped up was a skate park, a park. So this is part how this idea of the Inchelm skate park came along. Location of it, project scope. So this is the main portion of the Inchelm community. As you can see on the red dot, that's where we plan to put the skate park. In proximity, it's close to the Inchelm school with the neighborhood right north to it. To the south of it, there is our clinic, our health clinic. So if any accidents were to happen, at least they're close in proximity to the clinic. So it's not that too far of a journey for them. So the full concept idea for this site for development, this conceptual design was done about 4 years ago. So the footprint of that skate park is smaller than what we're actually going for. But this is the layout for the development of that whole property. So we want to build a new community center with additional outdoor basketball courts, a new baseball, softball field. So it's really community focused. It's in the heart of Inchelm, and it's easy access for the community and the youth to get to. So here is an actual live picture with the drone footage of where we would place it. To the bottom right is the clinic. In the center is where that wellness center would go. To the left of it is where the skate park would go in proximity of it all. And along the bottom where it has the bike lane on the road, that is one of the main roads that goes through town. But on the side of it, there is a pedestrian biking path. So there is an easy access to the property. And this next slide will show that. So where the new road would go, just a little bit more zoomed in. Here's a photo of where it would come in. As you can see in the far distance, that's where the clinic is. and the current little daycare childcare center is. This is the conceptual design provided by Grindline that has scoped it out of what it would be, what it could look like with community input. And in the center, though, you can kind of see a little oh, I can't even think of the right geometrical naming for it, but it looks like a canoe a little bit, you know. And one of the things we wanted to do that has been talked about was incorporate natural designs of our community, of our culture, and incorporate it into the layout. And so in the middle section is where, like, you know, you would ride your skateboard and grind across it. It's shaped like a canoe. Just for reference. And who helped us design this and who we talked with is Sean Brigman. He's really huge on culture preservation and really showing the beauty of our culture. And he's really renowned for for making his canoes. And, like, you know, when we have these big canoe journeys, he's usually one of the makers through the whole process. Sustainability. One thing we talked about was where it's at, it is remote, it's rural, right? And so we want to be able to preserve as much as possible from the natural elements. So concrete, we would also use, like, you know, the local terrain with natural plants, so we don't have to rely upon putting grass there and maintaining the grass, so it's more natural feeling, so it's easier for maintenance. In our wood, we have partnered with Vaughan Lumber, who will help provide some materials to the project. Economic benefit. I mean, it's really hard to quantify getting youth active, you know, and preventative measures. You know, that is one of the biggest challenges is providing access for increasing a healthier lifestyle. And this would be super huge for the insulin community because there's just very limited opportunities to, like, you know, provide preventative healthcare measures. Just want to note, you know, the skate park is a standalone. It's not dependent upon the community center. Project support, we have over 144 letters of support, and here are some of them patched together. Project support, it was in our local Tribune, our newspaper that goes out to all across our membership, even off reservation, so it reaches 10,000 people at minimum. And this is one of our big advocates is Councilman Roger Finley, who is a representative of the Inchlim district. You know, and he's been very passionate about it, and this is really huge because he's a softball guy, you know, so him really advocating for this has meant a lot for the community, and the community just adores him for it. And here was one of the community little meetings that they had. They've held over, I think, 6-7 different community meetings and provided different updates. Project support, Boys and Girls Club of Inchlim is a big supporter of it as well. And here's some of the other supporters. Jeff Ament from Pearl Jam has been a pretty big supporter. Originally, when we first started this project, his initial contribution was going to be $5,000, and now it's up to $50,000. He's really huge on it. He's actually willing to outside of that $50,000 contribution. He's waiting on to purchase some skateboards as well. So cost efficiencies. We own the land. The wood that would be used for construction from Vaughan's Brothers was estimated around $30,000. That's probably a little bit more on the lower end. It could end up being higher. Jeff Ament, as I said, his $50,000 contribution. Our cultural resources assessment has already been completed because of the Inchlim Wellness Center, the community center that we're looking at getting ready to build. So the permitting and everything is already squared up, taken care of. So that piece of parcel is good to go. Grind line consultant services, we've estimated from them is about $47,183. Of course, community support, it's there, and it's really hard to put a dollar amount on when you have that type of support from the community. Overall total project costs is $657,000, 183. Sorry, Jesus. $657,000, 100. You guys see the number. And so that's also included the total match. So the remaining portion of it is a little bit is about 630,000, I think it was. And that's the end of the slide.
All right, thank you, Matthew. Appreciate that. Doug, you want to start?
Okay, Matthew, I'm going to be blunt and brutal with you. This looks exactly like the presentation I saw on this project last cycle 2 years ago. I don't see very much in the way of differences. The reason I'm going to be blunt and brutal is because I love the project. I think it's a great project, but not much has changed. Can you go to slide 10?
Yeah.
All right, you got it.
I got it, yeah.
So my first statement is going to be project introduction. First off, I'm going to say, look at the evaluation criteria in the grants manual, page 60, I believe it is. I looked it up earlier because a couple other people needed the same reference. The grant evaluation criteria has changed. So you're going to need to update this plan or this presentation to match that. This, to me, is your overview of your project in total. And I would highlight your skate park in here and say, this is phase 1 of our project. This is what we are applying for. This gives us an overall, in our project introduction, you're telling us, hey, this is what we're going to do. Then you're going to talk about the need for it. Then you're going to talk about the scope of the project. Then you're going to talk about the design of the project. Then you're going to talk about project engagement, so on and so forth. You're going to go through those list of items, okay? You need to look at the updated evaluation criteria because it's different, and I can't give you points if I have to hunt for them. So you need to go back and redo this. But this to me is your overview. This is your project overview, and then you break it down into, and this is what we're doing, okay? And then you're going to go through and look at that project evaluation criteria on page 60 of the WWRP Local Parks Recreation Grant manual. You're going to break that down and step by step go through it. I didn't see anything on project engagement. You have project support later on. So that's the new title for project engagement, and it's in a different order. You gotta go back and review this. I would suggest you get with your grants manager and go through this with them. And I would suggest you drill down. You've got everything there. You've just got to tell it to us in the right story. Okay. Get with your grants manager and figure it out. Thanks.
Thanks, Doug. And go ahead, and then Jill.
Yeah, I was also going to mention you need to be sure you're going by the current grant criteria. Can you go to slide 6?
Sure.
So you're talking about the mortality per 100,000, and it looks like it's less for your community than statewide. So I don't know if the labels are reversed, or it didn't seem to support your project the way it's shown here. So you might want to look at whether the labels are wrong or whether you maybe don't want to use that particular criteria.
Yeah, it was labeled backwards. I'm looking at the notes that was provided for it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So you just want to fix that. That was all I had. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Sam. Jill, go ahead.
Yeah, it looks like on this slide, your total population is 1,624, and I think you said 16,000. So I was just going to double check that.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm going to say 1,600.
Okay. And then I didn't know if you showed your if there were any other parks in the area.
Oh, I think I thought I had. And no excuses, but I just want to say we had technical difficulties uploading this, and we had to ask for extension because when we sent the original one, we lost everything and transfer. So I know, so and it's supposed to be in there. I think the next closest one is in Republic, and Republic is still, I think, an hour and 30 minutes away from them.
That's helpful information and it's to your need and your service gap. So I would include that. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jill. That's your next nearest skate park is Republic?
Yep.
Wow, okay. Good. Doug, did you have something else?
Yeah, just one more comment, Matthew. I would suggest if you can, this is videotaped. I would watch some of the other presentations that have been done so that you can kind of see what's going right, what's going wrong, what we're commenting on. It'll be really, really helpful when you're writing up your presentation.
All right. Thank you, Doug.
Yeah, good idea. Thanks. Yeah, and like folks mentioned, just talk to your grants manager, take a look at the new criteria. It has revised a little bit, and we're actually going to reformat it again. That will be available early next week. I think a lot of the information you had is spot on. It just needs to be kind of reorganized, relabeled. And then I had a question about access. If you're not doing everything else yet, you don't want to plunk down a skate park in the middle of a grass field, right? Are you going to do some sort of,
so
at least like a crushed rock pathway or
yeah,
something?
this was something that we talked about. We're talking with the tech team. We're pretty far along on the community center portion. Right now we're trying to finalize our funding package for it. So realistically, everything will probably be happening right around the same time. So that path and everything will
I see.
yeah. So that's a good question to ask you guys. Like, I don't want to like convolute it too much. So not sure how to incorporate that information to let you know, like, hey, like, this will be like, yes, this is phase one, but phase two is basically already is happening as well.
I mean, I think it's okay to briefly say that, some of these other elements will be separately funded. You're hoping everything will happen concurrently, but I'd clarify, like, if that gets delayed, your access road, clarify that you've got a backup plan,
Okay.
right? A means to get from the nearest street there on the left, folks over to the skate park site.
Okay. Can definitely do that.
Doug?
I would suggest doing some shading of areas. So if the community center, for example, is going to be kind of concurrently, but not part of the grant, maybe shade that in yellow, maybe shade the baseball field. If that's going to be a separate phase, shade that in green, and shade the area you're doing with one. Don't shade the skate park. Say this is the phase we're coming to you for, but shading on the other areas that kind of just denotes them as this is different and not a part of this. So that when we're looking at it, we visually see that, and then you can kind of explain that.
Okay, perfect.
And then one other comment I had, you mentioned a pretty large donation of wood. Does that mean these will be like modular style skate elements, like sort of freestanding?
Yeah.
It's just good to know the style of construction, whether it's poured in place concrete or it's fine either way, but just clarify what it is you'll be doing.
Okay. Can definitely do that.
Great. Well, thanks, Matthew. Hopefully this was helpful, and you got plenty of time to get this tuned up before the August evaluation. So
awesome. Thank you, everyone, for your time. Appreciate it.
Okay, we'll see you later.
Bye.
All right. I think we're at a break. Look at that.
Perfect. Hey, Carl.
When are we coming back? 3:30? Yeah.
So I think, weren't they above the line in terms of funding last time, or were they below the line? Were they above and just weren't able to get the project moving forward, or were they not?
Oh.
Do you know offhand?
Gosh, good question.
I remember the project as well. I thought it did okay.
Yeah, let me.
I totally remember it. I totally remember it being a great project, and me going like, "This is a great project, but get it organized so that I can give you the points."
Yeah. I mean, if
Yeah,
you don't
it's-
know offhand, but I was thinking that
Let's take a
Given
look.
the community need.
Yeah, for sure.
Community needs there. They've got to, what's the right word? They've got to tell us. They've got to show it to us.
Let's see if we can find it. So here's last go around's list.
Nope, not there.
There, it looks like maybe it was a.
Oh, there it is.
There it is.
35.
Alternate.
There's an alternate.
Oh, was
It was the first alternate.
okay. Yeah.
Well, there were a few up above it.
There are a few.
Okay.
Yeah. So we weren't able to quite reach it. Almost, just a few up above it.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Okay.
yeah, we'll see this time.
Two of mine from that cycle.
Look at that. Doug's project.
Right, thank you.
All right, thanks. We'll see you guys back here at what did we say? 3:35, about 15 minutes. All right, see you in a bit. All right, we're back. The home stretch here for day one. Snohomish County, Martha Lake. It looks like Emily is here. And Rachel, you guys, who's co-presenting, or who should I give control to for the?
Please give it to me, Emily.
Emily? Okay, will do. I will open your PowerPoint. Looks like the right one. You guys can see that okay?
Yes, thank you.
All right, great. Stop my video and no, Emily. There you are. All right, go ahead and click on the screen and see if you can control that. Looks like it's working.
Is it? Okay, there it goes.
Yeah, slight delay sometimes. Just give it a second. So. All right, well, whenever you're ready, you have 12 minutes. Go right ahead.
All right, thank you. Hi, my name is Emily Griffith, and I'm a senior planner with Snohomish County Parks, and I will be presenting Martha Lake Park Expansion Project. I appreciate the opportunity to present this project to you this afternoon. Martha Lake Park is an unincorporated Snohomish County between the cities of Linwood and Mill Creek Park, and proposed acquisition property are within or adjacent to 3 urban growth areas: Southwest County UGA, Linwood UGA, and the Mill Creek UGA. The park is within half a mile of a future light rail station at Ash Way, planned to arrive in the late 2030s. The immediate area around the light rail station, including Martha Lake Park and the acquisition property, is slated for rapid growth in the next 20 years, making recreation and open space increasingly important. Martha Lake Park is a 6-acre property with a swimming beach, 3 docks, 2 play areas, 3 picnic shelters, open space lawns, a restroom, and a parking lot. Located at the south end of the lake, the park and adjacent WDFW boat launch are the only public access to Martha Lake. Martha Lake Park is shown here in blue. Previously a tavern, the property was acquired by the county in 1993 with funding support from RCO when the community wanted a park at this site rather than redevelopment into a mixed-use complex or multifamily housing. The initial construction of Martha Lake Park in 1997 was also supported by RCO funding. Smaller renovations, such as updating the play areas, have occurred since the initial construction, resulting in the park you see today. We are currently in the process of creating an updated concept plan for Martha Lake Park, guiding the next chapter of the park's renovation and future. This acquisition and expansion project was identified during the concept plan process. We intend to add to the park to the east through the acquisition of the adjacent row property, which is shown here in yellow. Should acquisition be successful, Parks is also working with our Public Works Department to vacate the right-of-way between the park and the new parcel to further add to the park. This is shown in red. Between the acquisition and the vacated right-of-way, almost 1.5 acres would be added to this park, a 25% increase. The row property is located across the dead-end East Shore Drive right-of-way from Martha Lake Park. Just under an acre, the property contains a small wooden coffee stand, 10 parking spaces, and a section of Martha Lake Creek and its associated buffer. Acquisition of this new parcel and vacation of the right-of-way allow parks to increase access to the popular recreation amenities in the park and address safety concerns such as increasing visibility of the parking and revising access to reduce after-hours use once the park is closed. Criteria 1, public need. Shown here are waterfront recreation opportunities in Snohomish County's park system. There are only a few waterfront parks available in our system countywide that offer swimming, fishing, or walking along the waterfront. In the southwest part of the county, Martha Lake Park is the only park to offer all 3 of these amenities within our system. Increasing access to these recreation opportunities is a priority for us at this park. Zooming in on Southwest County, Martha Lake Park is a community park with a service area of 5 miles. There are 25 parks within this area, but only 4 offer water recreation and only 2 offer dedicated fishing or swimming facilities. Martha Lake Park is one of the 2 and the only one in our system. While the majority of the parks in the service area offer play areas, Martha Lake Park is also located in an area along the I-5 corridor, lacking many parks with only 7 in that 1-mile radius. Martha Lake Park is in a rapidly changing and growing area of Snohomish County. The Martha Lake Expansion Project helps accomplish 20 goals and objectives identified in the 2024 Snohomish County Comprehensive Plan within both the park and recreation element and the urban core sub-area plan element. These goals include providing equitable access to recreation facilities and within planning and outreach, working with local cities and towns to provide parks and open space within walking distance of urban residents, acquiring park properties and developing park facilities that meet existing and projected growth needs of the county, addressing level of service needs such as additional urban open space and preserve acreage needed and additional parking spaces needed by 2044. Access to and expansion of recreation facilities is a countywide priority for the area surrounding Martha Lake Park. The map shown on this slide is the gap analysis from the park and recreation element. The black striped areas represent urban areas lacking access to public parks or recreation facilities. And this analysis prioritized providing park access within walking distance of urban residents, especially in marginalized communities. The dark purple of the census tract Martha Lake Park is in represents a high vulnerability index as sourced from the Washington State Department of Health Environmental Health Disparities Map. This project also responds to 6 recommendations in the 2018 to 2022 SCORP, particularly addressing all 4 recommendations within the goal of improving equity of parks, trails, and conservation lands. One specific example is that the project connects more people to popular activities by expanding the parking lot and providing additional, expanding the park and providing additional parking capacity in this underserved part of the community. This project also increases access for 5 of the top 12 categories of recreation identified in the SCORP: walking, nature activities, leisure activities at parks, swimming, and water-based activities. In 2024, Parks began planning for renovations to the west entrance of the park and updates to one of the play areas. In conversation with park staff and through community feedback, we identified that the majority of the assets within the park will need replacement or renovation within the next 5 to 15 years, including all of the waterfront recreation facilities and both play areas. The process expanded into developing an overall concept plan for the whole park, establishing a cohesive approach for phased development as funding becomes available. The possibility of expanding the park was identified during this planning process and would allow parks to address several needs identified by the community and park staff. These include safety improvements, such as sightlines within the park, better control of access to the park to limit after-hours use, and visibility of the parking area. Addition of and improved access to recreation amenities within an area of high need, additional parking capacity to meet demand on peak use days, and offsetting future impacts from development of the 164th right-of-way for transit and shared use bike lane connecting the neighborhood to light rail. Currently in this area, mortality rates and the percentage of persons of color are higher than state averages. Household income and percentage of disabled population are higher, or are lower than state averages, or lower than the metrics, and the BMI levels are about the same as the state average. Criteria 2, project scope. This acquisition of nearly 1 acre of property adjacent to Martha Lake Park would directly address the needs just discussed in 4 main ways. Safety improvements to the existing park, such as improving sightlines within the park, better control of access to the park to limit after-hours use and visibility of the parking area, prioritizing recreation in an increasingly dense urban area and supporting underserved populations, addressing comprehensive plan priorities and level of service deficit by increasing parking spaces, adding open space acreage, and increasing capacity to support fishing, swimming, and other recreation within the park, and offsetting future impacts from development of the 164th right-of-way for transit and a shared use bike lane. While there are long-range visions for the potential acquisition and integration into the park, there are also near-term plans for how to open the site for public use and integration within the park more immediately. We are collaborating with Snohomish County Public Works, and they are open to considering vacation of the right-of-way if sale of the property goes through. And the current property owner expressed interest in leasing back the property for up to 2 years after the sale, which would allow parks to generate additional funding for site improvements through the revenue of this lease. After the business is relocated, whether that is more immediately or after 2 years, the small wooden building would be demolished and the small retaining wall removed to create a level parking lot. Vacation of the right-of-way would allow us to move the park gates closer to the intersection of East Shore Drive and 6th Avenue West, creating a more controlled access to the park and better ability to close the park after hours. In conjunction with moving the park gates, access from 164th Street Southwest would be blocked, directing traffic to the signaled intersection of 6th Avenue West. Additional parking would be established within the vacated right-of-way and the newly leveled parking lot, and the critical area buffer and Martha Lake Creek would be maintained. The park currently experiences challenges with vandalism and graffiti, and many members of the public express discomfort in using the park. Many of these incidents occur after the park is closed, and currently we have difficulty controlling access after hours. We are addressing these concerns in many ways, including ongoing maintenance to open up sightlines and overgrown vegetation and increased presence on the site. Long-term acquisition of the new property and vacation of the right-of-way will allow parks to reorient the parking lot for more visibility from 164th Street Southwest, increasing eyes on the park and revising the traffic circulation to one access point, which is more easily closed. This project also prioritizes urban recreation. The park is located in an area of high need within the county and offers a rare opportunity for water recreation as the only public access to the lake, and much needed open green space in a rapidly growing area. Level of service. Within the Snohomish County system, this acquisition would directly serve 2 level of service needs. We need 200 additional parking spaces by 2044, and 35 acres of additional open space and preserve are needed by 2044. And this would also allow us to offset future impacts. 164th Street is a major arterial connecting into the future light rail station area. To support future transit and active transportation connecting to light rail, Public Works is planning substantial updates to 164th Street Southwest, including adding a dedicated bus lane and shared use path for pedestrians and cyclists. The increased multimodal access to the park will provide access to these recreation amenities to even more of the community. However, approximately 20 feet of impacts is anticipated along the length of the park to accommodate the shared use path. Collaboration with Public Works is underway to offset these impacts to the park with vacation of the right-of-way, which is almost double the anticipated lost frontage. Acquisition of the adjacent property will allow flexibility to adapt the park to the new frontage development, reorient the parking lot, and to better optimize the layout within the park. Criteria 3, immediacy of threat. Martha Lake Park is located within the urban core sub-area, an area of the county centered around future light rail. This area of the county is anticipated to see a 73% growth in population by 2044. To help accommodate this growth, transit-oriented development and increasing density is a priority identified in the 2024 Comprehensive Plan. As shown here, the area around the park is already developed and density will only increase into the future. Site suitability. This acquisition site is well suited to the proposed development. The site is relatively flat with only one small wooden building and low retaining wall to be demolished. The portion of the site that would support parking is already paved and parking capacity would be scaled to match the existing developed portion. Expansion and renovation. This project would be an expansion of the existing Martha Lake Park. With the new parcel and vacated right-of-way, nearly 1.5 acres would be added to the park, a 25% increase to the size of the park. Criteria 8, project support. The Martha Lake concept plan process has incorporated a substantial outreach and collaboration effort into the project. To gather input on this project, we held 2 workshops with our maintenance, ranger, and planning staff to hear about project needs and guide decision-making. We also held 2 public open houses to gather ideas and feedback from the community and followed both up with an online survey. We had over 200 participants, the majority of whom regularly visit the park, and during outreach, it became clear that expansion of the park would help address community and staff desires for the park, including adding parking capacity, helping address safety concerns, and adding open space. Martha Lake Park expansion helps meet goals and objectives identified in 3 adopted or soon to be adopted planning documents. Additionally, we will, as part of the conceptual plan, be collaborating with the adjacent cities of Mill Creek and Linwood, and the park is within their urban growth areas, and our council and park advisory board are also supportive of the project. Criteria 9, cost efficiencies. As this project is an expansion of an existing park, improvements on the new property benefit from the already developed 6-acre park and the existing amenities. There's also reduced staff impact to staff time and capacity, adding to an existing facility rather than a new separate site. Snohomish County also has a volunteer program that supplements staff in supporting our parks. And thank you very much for your time, and I will turn it over for questions.
Great, thank you, Emily. I think that was our first acquisition proposal of the day. And all right, questions or comments from the committee? Doug, go ahead.
Trying to wait for someone else to put up their hand first.
Genevieve put up her hand.
You're operating on the old set of evaluation criteria. So go back, check the criteria, review it, go through it with your grant manager. I would say watch videos of the other presentations. You've got the information there, you just got to reorganize it. The grant criteria has been updated, so go back and review it. It is page 60 of the grant manual, so check that out. That's my feedback to you.
Thanks. I'll make sure I'm grabbing the new.
Doug's doing our job for us, telling you to go to the manual. Genevieve, go ahead, and then Roxanne.
Yeah, I would say for the most part, it was pretty easy to follow along, but I know it's a lot to fit into 12 minutes, but if you can slow down just a little bit, I could follow along better. And what else did I want to say? When you talked about additional parking needed, I was wondering if you have data to support that, like what is high peak level usage in the summer, what's annual visitation, that kind of thing, maybe to support that. And then some visuals, like for example, I think it was slide 14. There's a picture there. It's a great picture, but I didn't really know what I was looking at. So maybe highlight, let's see, sorry, maybe it was 23. Sorry, Carl. Maybe just outline the project site there a little bit better. I think I could figure it out, but there was a couple of slides that had pictures like this that I thought you could define the project area better. And then for slide 14, that was on safety improvements. Maybe show some images of where you're going to put the safety improvements and what those safety improvements will be, just visually, so we can follow along with what you're proposing. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Genevieve. Roxanne, go ahead, and then Ann.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I would just piggyback on that in terms of safety, because I think you highlighted and verbally told us a lot, but I think your main emphasis was how you were going to be able to reorient things by closing off the right of way. So if you can really focus on that and show us that benefit and how it changes things, that would be helpful. In the scope, you did talk about how there's a larger deficit of more open space in parking stalls, but people are only going to park at this site to see this site. So I think keep some of your data tighter to the benefits for this particular location, which is clearly what makes it a very suitable parcel, because it is adjacent and really brings the key benefits to the site. So making sure that part of your storyline comes clear. And then immediacy of threat. Well, I get that there's a lot of development going on. Normally that looks a little bit more of, is that parcel under immediate threat to be purchased for something else? Is it zoned somewhere else? Is there already a purchase and sale, or did you already buy it and are doing the waiver? So that would just help tighten it up a little bit, but overall a great location.
Good, thanks, Roxanne. Go ahead, Ann.
So maybe I missed it, but I had a little bit of trouble understanding where what the project was. I feel like if you, in the intro, you could say a little bit more about what you're planning to do, like why do you need this property? And then I understood what Genevieve said about slowing down, but also you did run over time. So you just need to make sure to tighten up your script and make sure you can fit all the information in without talking too fast and be done in 12 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Ann. Yeah, it's a challenge. Yeah, you packed a lot of good information in there, but if there's a way to boil it down a little bit and slow down, that could help. It's just a lot for us to try to follow. Good. Other suggestions, thoughts? Is there any risk that the road would not be vacated, or is that pretty much guaranteed as long as if you guys buy that parcel, like Public Works is promised, or the county council or whatever is? So
We've been working very closely with our Public Works department. We can't start the process to get a guarantee until to get a firm answer, we'd actually have to start vacating the right of way. So we've been working hand in hand with our planning component in our Public Works group, and there's a high level of confidence that we would be able to vacate the right of way if we straddled that road.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. I just wanted to check. Jill, go ahead.
Yes. Yeah, Emily, the road is already shut off to vehicular traffic entering.
It looked like it. Yeah.
Yes, it dead ends, and I could make that clear. It dead ends.
It was a good aerial. Yeah, like right here.
It dead ends. So there's no through traffic there. And if the park was on both sides of that, Public Works has said that they would be happy to let us have that.
Oh yeah. Take it over. Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Okay. Good. Well, thank you very much. I don't see any other hands up. Appreciate you joining us.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll see you in August.
All right.
All right, moving down to the Columbia River Gorge, City of Stevenson. And looks like Ben is here. And Liana, is Liana also presenting?
Yes, I am. I'll be the one presenting.
Oh, you're presenting. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Welcome to both of you. Can you see your PowerPoint okay?
I can, yes.
Excellent. All right, let me stop my video. I'm going to hand you Liana. Okay, go ahead and click on the screen, see if you can take that. Yeah, looks good.
There we go. Okay.
All right, you got 12 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, and thank you for your time. I'm Liana Kinley, the Stevenson City Administrator and Project Manager for the Skamania County Courthouse Splash Pad Project. And Ben Shoemaker is the Community Development Director and also assisting with this project. Oops. So Stevenson is located 45 minutes east of Vancouver in the Columbia River Gorge National Scenic Area. It's in the Skamania County seat, and it was once a popular location for same-day marriage licenses. And so the project is
Hey, we
in front
lost
of
your audio there, Liana. It doesn't say you're muted, but we can't hear you, or I can't. Can you guys hear her? No.
I can hear.
Maybe your headset,
can hear.
something happened with your.
I could hear her.
I'll see. Let's see.
Oh, now you're back.
Okay.
Okay, now I can hear you. Okay.
Okay.
Right.
So the project is in front of the Skamania County Courthouse, and it consists of installing a splash pad in a section of the courthouse lawn. And the project is also located in the middle of the downtown area, which is close to parking, restaurants, and businesses. The site is currently underutilized due to a 22-foot grade change and long sloping lawn area. In 2003, there was a corridor improvement project where there was an additional room made on the sidewalk by cutting into a bit of the slope. And that area has seen successful use as a seasonal streetery hosted by the Stevenson Downtown Association. This area is also host to many events and parades. The property is currently owned by Skamania County, and the city has a long-term lease for the property. So with the existing events that take place, the courthouse lawn is already recognized as an area where people gather. And what this project will do is build on what already exists to address identified gaps, which include community amenities for youth. And it's stated in our parks plan that we would benefit from investing in passive facilities such as nature playgrounds, water fountains, and seating. So creating that informal play feature for children of all ages, as well as building upon a place for people to gather. Most of the areas identified as parks in the city are more open spaces away from the river, and at the river, they're more geared toward wind or water sports. Most of these places are outside of the downtown area and lack a connection to existing events and activities. This project would bridge the gap, being both centrally located and providing a place for kids to play. There's also an ice cream shop across the street from the courthouse my son loves to frequent. And while he's fine having an ice cream and running down the courthouse lawn, he would also have a blast in a splash pad on a warm summer day. Outside of the local community pool, there aren't many places for kids to play and cool off. And while the Columbia River is nearby, the accessible waterfront is not conducive to children, as it's more geared to wind sports and boats and fairly rocky. So the parks plan identifies incorporating play features into the plaza project as a goal, and the project is included in our recently adopted plan. The project is also listed as the second project on a list of regional priorities and as a catalyst project within our downtown plan. One of the reasons why it's a regional priority is the impact the increased activity will have on the local community. Ultimately, this will enhance a place people gather. The U.S. Surgeon General raised the alarm on the epidemic of loneliness and isolation a year ago. Since the expansion of the sidewalk in 2003 and the addition of the streetery in 2021, the area has seen increased use as a place to gather. Events like parades, the Christmas in the Gorge tree lighting, annual concert in the highway, Easter egg hunts, and trunk or treat already take place in this location. And special events to recognize advocacy initiatives such as sexual assault and domestic violence, Pride Month, or various political initiatives and protests establish the area as the living room of the city, a place to meet, discuss, and advocate for your beliefs. The goal is to enhance the area and make more room for these activities. With increased use, it will also strengthen the local economy and create additional job opportunities. The project consists of excavating and preparing the site for the splash pad, improving the landscaping, and adding some seating elements. So the splash pad will be in the front section of the Skamania Courthouse lawn. And the bench to the right is included in the initial phase. The benches to the left will be part of phase 2. We are working on other funding with a goal to construct both phases simultaneously to save costs. As I stated earlier, the sloped lawn is underutilized and the changes will allow for more usage of the area. Being in the heart of downtown, it makes it a focal point of the community and builds upon the existing events. There is plenty of parking at the courthouse and in the blocks surrounding the plaza. Also, did I mention it's across the street from an ice cream shop? What better combination on a hot summer day than a spray pad and ice cream? The Downtown Plan for Success identifies 2nd Street and Russell Avenue as the commercial core of the Stevenson downtown. The Park Plaza is a priority catalyst project to stimulate private development, generate a return on public investment, and create immediate redevelopment momentum. It focuses on the heart of the downtown and is part of a system of 5-minute walking loops. It encourages fostering the Park Plaza as the focus for day and evening activity. So the current focal point is a passive lawn which doesn't get much use. The splash pad is designed to not only encourage activity, but it also provides a sense of vibrancy and unprogrammed activity when people aren't there enjoying it. When there is activity, it causes people to slow down and take notice, having a traffic calming effect. The overall concept is to have 3 plazas at different levels. The first phase will be to create the main plaza with the water feature and a focus on the local region, an interplay of stone textures and moving water. The main plaza activities include everyday gatherings, picnics, seating for events, playing in the water feature, and hosting of community events. Here's an elevation view that further illustrates the grade of the property. The overall design takes advantage of the grade without the need for retaining walls. The jets and water feature design was inspired by the Cascade Rapids that are now underwater after construction of the Bonneville Dam. The project budget from professional cost estimators and project consultants come to about $1.9 million. The cost to develop the entire project phase 1 and phase 2 is $4.25 million. Again, we're working on funding to construct them at the same time. We are currently in the process of refining the design, and shovel-ready documents will be prepared by the end of June 2025. This aligns with obtaining RCO grant funding for a project out to bid in the spring of 2026 for a construction completion date of June 2027. Staff has experience with large construction projects and has the capacity and expertise to manage a project of this size and scope within the project timeline. While this phase of the project began in 2012, there have been multiple efforts aimed at reimagining the lawn, with an effort in 1986 not moving forward and a scaled down version successfully constructed in 2023. So in 2012, regional leaders identified the need to create a sense of place in downtown Stevenson. From there, a series of surveys were sent out to the community to gather feedback on the idea and the design. So in 2015, the initial survey was to gather interest on the idea to begin with. It was distributed by the County Chamber of Commerce and received 120 responses, and a majority of the responses were in support of the concept overall. In 2016, the survey asked people to choose from 3 different concepts with no budget attached. Again, a majority of support with over 100 responses. This impressive design is the one that was chosen for 2016. In 2023, the projected cost estimate for build out of this was $8.5 million. So the project scope was scaled back to something more attainable and that still met the needs of the community. For a revised design, there are 3 options of varying scales for community feedback. There were almost 400 responses and a majority in favor of the project. The most recent survey this spring shows a majority still supporting the project with 432 responses. The splash pad was also identified as a top 5 amenity for the overall project. The concerns heard throughout all of those surveys were around the size of the original design, the proximity to 2nd Avenue, retaining the history of the site and preserving the lawn. The design changes addressing these concerns include adding a bench to separate the plaza from the street as a buffer, retaining the existing stairs to the courthouse, and having a smaller design to retain as much lawn as possible. Parking has been analyzed through a separate study, and while people may not be able to park in front of the business they will be frequenting, there's ample parking within a block of the location. Events mostly take place during evenings and weekends where the courthouse is empty and there is plenty of public parking in that lot and within a short 5-minute walk from that side along Vancouver Avenue or First Street. The splash pad feature will help deter people from camping in the area, as will the lighting. There are no encampments on the current location, and the city will be enacting ordinances in line with any updated court rulings to address the issue. The overall design is focused on the surrounding region, local materials, native plants, and low impact. The water in the splash pad will be recycled and provide a cooling effect on the paved area, reducing the heat influence. The style of the seating allows for easy replacement of individual boards, and the same is for the pavers. It is easier to replace one rather than having to tear out a section if any repairs need to be made. Native plants, trees, grasses, and perennials will be planted, drawing inspiration from nearby natural attractions such as the wildflowers of Dog Mountain. As mentioned earlier, the project promotes opportunities for social and cultural connections. The splash pad encourages physical activity, and the central location supports local economic development initiatives building on the streetery and other events. To date, cash donations consist of $50,000 from Burlington Northern Santa Fe and $50,000 from the Stevenson Downtown Association. More is expected from the Downtown Association as they ramp up their fundraising efforts. Land value for the property donated by Skamania County is estimated based on recent raw land and developed land sales from the assessor's office. The range is from $25 to $50 per square foot, with the lower range applicable for larger pieces of land. The downtown undeveloped commercial property, while the estimate is $300,000, the assessor feels the worth is actually over $1 million. Then here's copies of the letter of commitment from the Downtown Association and the interlocal agreement with Skamania County. And again, thank you for your time.
Great, thank you, Liana. Appreciate that. All right, Jill, why don't you start?
Hi, can you go to slide 9 for me, please?
Oh, goodness.
Here, I can get you back. Oops.
Okay, thanks.
There we go. There we go.
So for the visual on the upper right, I'm a little unclear on where the courthouse is. Is that up towards the very top?
It is, yes.
And then what are the little dots?
Those are people
Was
attending an event.
Okay, got it. I was unclear. It was like a dot exercise or
no.
We're doing, and then I just wanted to see slide 17 again. Yeah, so the sketch on the right, is that a future phase or am I missing the water feature?
So this image is of both phases, and the water feature is the largest oval at the bottom. So this is phase 1, and there's a rough sketch of the water feature on the left side of that picture as well, kind of in the middle of the screen.
Got it. Thank you.
Thanks, Jill. Other thoughts on this one? Roxanne, go ahead, and then Ann.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and jump in. I heard a lot about this project, and it was great that you responded to the feedback. I think I didn't see where this fits in the sense of priorities of the broader park system versus just the downtown system and the downtown business focus. So, you know, how does the downtown compare in terms of usership with your other parks that are in the system? So you touched on it a little bit, but I think all the data is really out of the business side and not the broader parks plan and how that might support it.
Okay.
Thanks. Go ahead, Ann.
I was just going to mention you had a few slides you labeled as site suitability, and the project criteria has changed from past years, and so you don't score any points unless you have acquisition. So site suitability is only for acquisition or development, or acquisition and combination projects. So you just want to make sure that you're looking at the criteria, and you know, that information is good information, but you need to put it in a different category so that you get points for it.
I missed that. Thank you.
Thanks, Ann. Go ahead, Doug.
I was able to stop myself from talking and let other people talk first. Okay, I have a couple of things. Slide 15, could you go there for me, Carl?
Yeah.
There it is. Look at that. It's like you were reading my mind. Where I look at this slide and I don't know where the project is.
Okay.
So
it's actually right in the middle. So it says Save the Heart, and it says Skamania County.
Yeah, but
yeah, I'll highlight it.
What I'm saying is, and I know Jill did this too and asked you a question about. I'm not sure about the graphic here. I don't know what I'm looking at.
I'll work on clarifying the graphics.
You need to make it more clear as to here's the project, here's the project, here's the project. Show us what we're looking for. If you make us hunt for it, I'm looking at this. I'm going, Save the Heart. Well, that looks like it's supposed to be. But Skamania County, is that where the courthouse is right there?
Right.
Yep. Okay. So make it easy for me to find. The other item I had was the Stevenson Downtown Association funding. You've got it listed as a donation in your presentation.
Mm-hmm.
In your metrics on Prism, you've got it listed as an appropriation. Make it a donation, and then any other donations, if they're for this phase, should be in your Prism metrics. So you had a couple other donations, I think, in there that are, if they're for a different part of the project, like you said, you're trying to do two things at once to kind of make it all happen together. If those phases are happening at different times, or if that money is going towards a different phase, I don't need to know about it. But if it is going to this phase, you need to let me know about it for sure, and put it in the project metrics in Prism.
Okay.
So that I know what's a donation, what's an appropriation, and all that kind of good stuff. Good stuff. Good project. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thanks, Doug. Other comments on this one? Leona, it looks like there is a sidewalk and then a row of parking along here as well. So that affords some additional sort of safety to this site, I would think. And then I don't know if the highway here probably slows down the speed limit as well through town, I'm guessing.
Yes, it's 25 miles an hour.
Okay, yeah, so that could, because you are kind of close to the road, but I think with your seating wall, the sidewalk, the parking, you know, that could address some of those sorts of concerns.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, thank you so much.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, we'll see you again in August.
Mm-hmm.
All right. All right, Clark County. Who's presenting this one? Got a couple names on here.
Lindy Wallach and Michael Chow.
Okay, great. All right, let me pull that up for you. You can see that okay?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, hey, let me, hold on, I'll pass you control. Lindy. Yeah, all right, click on the screen, see if that works for you. There it goes.
Okay, great.
All right, go right ahead.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon. I'm Lindy Wallach, Park and Trails Planner with Clark County Parks and Lands, and I'm joined today by Michael Chow, also a Park and Trails Planner with Clark County. I believe Rocky Houston is on here as well. He's our Parks and Lands Division Manager. Orchards Community Park is a 33-acre developed park property located in the unincorporated urban area of Clark County. Clark County is in southwestern Washington, and we're on the north side of the Columbia River, just north of Portland. The property is located on a boundary with the city of Vancouver and serves residents of both unincorporated Clark County and the city of Vancouver. The park is bordered on the west side by I-205, to the south by 4th Plain Avenue, which is just north of Washington State Road 500. To the north and the east of the property, you'll find single and multifamily residential properties. This is a densely populated urban area. Primary entry to the park is from the south side off of 4th Plain Avenue, with connections to the neighborhoods located off of the north and eastern property boundaries. The site was originally transferred to Clark County by the Washington Department of Natural Resources in the 1970s to be used for recreation in perpetuity. It was developed by the county in the 1980s. Currently, the site features 2 existing play areas totaling around 5,400 square feet of space, and that is located in the central portion of the park near a restroom building. A 3,200 square foot existing pavilion with small storage area exists on the east side of an open lawn space. And the site also features horseshoe pits, a rose garden, forested trail system throughout the park, and a remote control car area. Most of the parking is provided through on-street parking and a small gravel lot, both on the south side of the property. At the top left of the slide, you'll see an image of our existing pavilion, which does not have ADA access or meet our current park development standards. You can also see images of the existing play equipment, likely around 20 years old. The play areas have extensive unused space, most likely from damaged equipment that has not been replaced through the years. Though a large park located in a densely populated area, Orchards functions more like a neighborhood park than a community park. Throughout its existence, it's been subject to vandalism and other property crimes. The restroom building is now indefinitely closed due to consistent incidents of vandalism. Our proposed project intends to draw more visitors to the park and more eyes to the park, hoping to reduce the incident of vandalism and increasing the park's overall value to the community that it serves. Our grant application will support phase 1 of a larger renovation project. Phase 1 will renovate the existing play areas and create new accessible or ADA routes to the existing pavilion and add a new children's pavilion and new water spray play area. The larger project will improve connectivity to the neighborhoods through improved entries, accessibility improvements, and parking. Community parks in Clark County are intended to provide a level of service within 3 miles of the site. Within this radius of orchards, you'll find a natural area, neighborhood parks, and 3 City of Vancouver community parks. Orchard serves just under 140,000 county and city residents. Most of the county's inventory of play areas in this area are 10 to 20 years old, in need of repairs, updates, or replacements. No other large play areas, picnic pavilions, or water spray play areas are within the county's inventory within the service area. Additionally, within the service area, there are currently no outdoor water spray play areas, though we believe one is planned for Schaefer Community Park, which is a City of Vancouver park, within the next 4 years or so. The need for this project's been determined through a review of the most recent update to our Park Recreation and Open Space Plan, which we call our PROS plan. This identifies the need for high-quality recreation for underserved communities and addressing known gaps in accessibility to parks. The project need was also identified during the development of the 2024-2029 Capital Improvement Plan. In addition to development of new park facilities, the county has been focusing on planning efforts on capital improvements to existing parks in the Metropolitan Park District. These projects are prioritized consistent with the recreational needs, level of service requirements, and the strategies to meet current and future recreational demands identified in our PROS plan. We identified that Orchards functions more like a neighborhood park and that the park sees only a few small community gatherings annually and has a reservable picnic pavilion that does not receive consistent reservations during the recreation season. The current use of the site underserves the population within the service area, Anticipated use after this project is completed could triple the use of the park, likely bringing folks in from beyond the service area boundaries. It will also improve equity and access to water spray play areas, which provide relief from our ever-warming Pacific Northwest summers. Kleinline Pond at Salmon Creek Regional Park features the only other water spray play area in Clark County's park inventory. It's located on the west side of the county, approximately 6 miles from orchards. And though we don't have data on the number of persons visiting that park specifically for water spray play access, we have anecdotally witnessed the immense popularity of this very small water spray play area. It receives near constant use during the summer recreation season. The area is packed on weekdays, weekends, and holidays. Here's a snapshot of the community survey results from our 2022 PROS plan development, which identifies from the community's priorities of identifying playgrounds, picnic facilities, and splash pads as the community's priority. Orchards Park is primarily flat and forested site. In the 1980s, a restroom building, play area, and pavilion were constructed. The site also features the Rose Garden project installed by volunteers at a local Rotary Club. This grant supports a portion of the larger project to improve neighborhood connectivity and increase usage of the park. The larger project will see improved entry points along 4th Plain and the neighborhood connections on the east and north sides of the property. The parking areas will be expanded and paved to create ADA parking that is actually accessible and additional spaces to support new and renovated facilities. This larger project will also relocate the existing restroom building so that it can be shared between the play areas and the existing pavilion. This new restroom building will provide more vandal-resistant features, and the Rose Garden will also be updated. The grant portion of the project will create a new water spray play area, renovated playgrounds featuring inclusive play elements. A new non-reservable pavilion in this area will increase picnic facilities for the area, the service area. The expanded and renovated play areas will serve more people at a given time, increasing service to the community. Additionally, the existing pavilion on the east side of the property will be renovated, and new pathways will be installed to create ADA access to that facility.
Featured here is the long-term plan of the park, where the county addresses the issues of accessibility, equity, and inclusion, along with current problems unique to the park. This preliminary concept design will be updated after public engagement. For the first phase of the project, supported by the grant, the county will be focusing on providing more accessible play areas within the park. This includes replacing the existing playground and adding a tot lot with inclusive play structures and synthetic turf wall surfacing. A water spray play area and pavilion with a tot lot will also be included. This renovation will provide the only second free water play access area in the county's inventory, which is important to Clark County in creating equity among the county. Along with the west side improvements, the plan for the first phase is to also address accessibility issues at the existing group pavilion on the east side of the park. The plan includes adding accessible pathways to the existing pavilion from existing park trails. Here's the breakdown of the estimated budget for the first phase of the project and the estimated schedule. These budget numbers were developed by reviewing similar past projects the county has constructed over the recent years. $2,564,500 will be allocated towards construction, $50,000 will be allocated towards cultural resources and permitting, and another $25,000 for admin, architecture, and engineering. The county plans on performing community outreach in early 2025, design taking place from 2025 to early 2026, and construction taking place in 2026 into 2027.
The need for additional play areas, picnic facilities, and water spray play areas was determined through a community engagement process with the development of our 2022 PROS plan. The development of this plan included a community survey, multiple public meetings, advertisements through social media platforms like Facebook and Instagram. Additionally, in 2023, with the development of our capital improvement plan, we also sought input from the public through meetings with our Park Advisory Board and Council. We've also been in conversation with multiple neighborhood associations within the 3-mile service area of the park facility and have the support on the project from a few of them, as well as from the Rotary Club and the local elementary school. As we move forward with this project, we will also engage the community specifically within the surface area to ensure that they are involved with several elements of the project, including identifying accessibility issues to be addressed, types of traditional and water spray play elements they would like to see in the park. This process will involve an additional community survey, a public meeting, and meetings with local underserved local underserved community groups through community cultural events. We will also develop stakeholders lists for the park and begin regular communication on the status of the project as we move through the development stages. Our focus will be on transparent communication that encourages public participation in our public process.
The design will feature low-impact development, use of native and drought-tolerant plantings, reduction of irrigated areas, and protection of existing tree canopy. Sustainable social factors addressed are increased access through a variety of different modes of transportation, including walking from the surrounding neighborhoods and points of interest. Other social factors addressed are increased opportunities for inclusive play and water play within the county. This map shows the project site and its relationship and proximity to areas of interest in the surrounding community. This includes transit stops, the Vancouver Mall, YMCA, Covington Middle School, and residential neighborhoods. Clark County will be using local appropriations that will fund a majority of the project with grant support. Additional cost efficiencies include in-house design, volunteer support, and use of cooperative purchasing contracts. Other efficiencies will also be considered through the design process to minimize costs to the county during design, construction, and maintenance throughout the life of the project. Thank you all for your time, and we're excited to hear your feedback. Any questions?
Great, thanks you guys. All right, comments, suggestions on this one? Roxanne, go ahead.
Go back to slide 11 and 12. So it's just emphasis. These two actually, yep, one more forward. That was 9. 10, there we go. They actually give us a better idea of the scope of what you're actually going to do with the project and those elements in the pavilion. The design should then show us what you think some of those features might be. And I get that you're going into that master plan piece, but that's where design gives us more of the details that go with the what is actually being done. And then your project, it was listed project support still, and there's project engagement, and there's a 3-prong criteria that is part of that this year in terms of your engagement methods, and then how you use what you learned from engagement to date, as well as then who partners are. So you'll want to structure that section a little bit differently. And the highest point values are going into the need, scope, design, and engagement. So you really want to make sure those are deep and clear in each of those separate things so you get the most amount of points.
Thank you.
Thanks, go ahead, Jill.
Yeah, I might have missed it when you were going over your level of service or your gaps in service. And I heard you talk a bit. I know that you have county parks inside. It sounds like city jurisdictional lines. Is that correct?
We're not within the city, but we share a border. They're on right in touch with each other.
This park is outside of City of Vancouver?
Yes.
Okay, so if you could show even, I know that you have your level of service. I didn't see any, I saw you address the level of service, but not really including like the cities that also would provide a level of service for those neighborhoods. But I might have missed that. So
I showed a small table in the upper right-hand corner of that one, and those are city facilities.
Okay.
But I mostly talked about what the county's inventory is. So I should probably cover both of those together.
Got it. No, I appreciate that clarification. I think that's all I have for you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good. Thanks, Jill. Other thoughts for Clark County?
That point that Jill just made about the map and showing that, if you could show, instead of on a table, where those are, if you could show on a map where those are with a distance to your site, that would help us see it better, as opposed to just a little table up in the corner that we might miss. If you I'm gonna do my statement from prior cycles here, that I did year after year after year. That we are going to see 60 plus presentations this year. If you don't hit us over the head with it, if you don't spoon feed it to us, we might miss it. So make sure you're being very, very detailed, which you've got the detail, just hammer it over the head. Hit us with it over and over again, show it to us in great detail so that we can look at it. Denote exactly what your project includes, what it doesn't, if it's part of a different phase, or if it's not, if it's already existing, show it as existing so that we know what this grant is for. But that big one is when you're looking at service area and what's around, if you show it to us on a map and it really becomes evident to us that, yeah, we really need this here.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, similar thoughts. So this is your overall master plan, right? But you're just doing the areas on each side. So the scope of the grant is this area and then the shelter. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then everything else will be future.
A future phase.
Okay. And there's enough existing parking and pathways and such to serve what you're doing here.
Most likely they'll be done together, but we're addressing them separately.
Okay.
But additional parking would be needed to support the water spray play area. But we would be doing this concurrently, most likely.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Any final thoughts? All right. Well, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Great rest of your day.
Thanks. See you in August.
Yeah.
All right, we got one more. Looks like I thought I saw John pop in here. There he is, John Patelli. You are our closer today, sir.
Hello.
Welcome. Hey there.
How's everybody holding up?
We're holding up.
Good.
This is good fun. It's always fun seeing projects all over the state. And I'm like, oh, I want to go check that out. I want to go there.
I like that.
Yeah. You can see your slide okay?
I do see my slide there. Yep.
Perfect. All right. I'll pass you control. Go ahead and click on the screen and see if you can take that.
Is that me?
That's you. Looking good.
Should I advance with my arrows or my mouse click?
Whatever works for you.
All right. Well, we'll give it a try.
Yeah. Whenever you're ready, go ahead. You got 12 minutes.
All right. I appreciate everybody's time. Okay. Well, good afternoon, everybody. My name is John Patelli, and I'm the Parks and Recreation Director for the City of Spokane Valley. I'm here today to present to you the Balfour Park Phase 2 Development Project, which is part of a transformative project to create a new community space in the heart of our city. This photo was just taken last weekend before Memorial Day, dedicating our new vet memorial, which is a part of this project, or not project, but park. So we come to you today from the eastern edge of the state, where we're just a few miles from the Idaho border in the Spokane Coeur d'Alene metropolitan area. The city of Spokane Valley lies in between the city of Spokane to the west and the city of Liberty Lake to the east. And we're nestled between Antoine Peak on the north and Micah Peak on the south side of our valley. Nearly 300 miles from Seattle, Interstate 90 bisects our city on its way toward the Idaho border. Incorporated in 2003, Spokane Valley is the 9th largest city in the state of Washington, and we have a current population of more than 110,000 people, and we span a little over 38 square miles. Balfour Park is in the center of our city, across the street from City Hall, and next to the new Spokane Valley Library. Shown on the map are 1/2, 1 and 2 mile walking distances surrounding the park in green, yellow, and orange. Taking a closer look, originally developed in the 1950s and inherited from Spokane County at incorporation, the old Balfour Park was approximately 2.8 acres in size and can be seen in the northeast corner of the yellow outline on this map. The city purchased 8.4 additional acres from the Pring Corporation in 2012 and entered into an interlocal agreement to sell approximately 3 of those acres to the Spokane County Library District for a new downtown library. A community involvement effort guided the development of a combined library and park concept, which was completed back in 2013. And after several years of seeking funding, the library district finally began construction on their new library in 2022. And the city began construction of Balfour Park Phase 1 in 2023. So the expanded park will include all of the areas shown in yellow, adding approximately 5.6 acres for a now 8.5 acre Balfour Park directly across from our City Hall. You can see on the map the fire station to the southeast of the park. The city recently purchased the private property between the fire station and the park, so now the entire block is all under municipal ownership. And across the 5 lanes of Sprague Avenue there to the south, you can see our City Hall. Here is a slide showing photos of the original park, which included a small playground and restroom building, a gravel volleyball court, and open space. Although under separate ownership, the designs for the new library and expanded park were developed in conjunction with each other for an integrated site layout. The park master plan includes new parking, sports courts, a splash pad and playground, a multi-purpose restroom and mechanical building, a large picnic shelter, central plaza, veterans memorial, an events plaza, arcing pathways, and an amphitheater with a covered stage. This grant application is specifically for the signature playground and the splash pad. This slide shows the current development at the site. The green area is all finished. That's owned by the library district and is open to the public. The blue areas represent our Phase 1 project, which is just finishing up right now. So the gray areas, which include future sport courts, amphitheater, picnic shelter, splash pad, and playground, are yet to come. And again, with this grant application, we're seeking funding for Phase 2, which would build the splash pad and the playground. Also being constructed this year is a stormwater treatment and lane reduction project that will include a new public transit stop and a pedestrian crosswalk to connect the City Hall to the new park and library, greatly improving access and public safety for our community. This photo taken just last week shows the current conditions of the project site with the library and City Hall in the background. So getting into question 1, project need, public need, the city's park system consists of active and passive recreational areas. The green circles on the map show our 5 neighborhood parks, 3 community parks, and 1 large urban park. We also have 3 outdoor pools, a senior center, a regional event center, a dance hall, 2 multi-paved, multimodal trails. You can see the blue dashed line along the Spokane River there is the Centennial Trail. And then the blue dashed line extending from the Balfour Park label, that's our Appleway Trail. The city recently completed 3 additional property acquisitions for future park spaces. So the silver circles and green stars show those properties. Those are currently undeveloped. Labeled in red is the subject property, Balfour Park. Taking a closer look at walkability around the park, this map shows the approximate service area for Balfour, with the half-mile distance to the park shown in green and extending out to 1 mile walk in yellow. There are no other parks in our service area, but you can see an elementary school in the yellow area, which does include a small playground. And the black bicycle icons show the Appleway Trail beginning at University Road and extending eastward. The closest city parks outside the service area are Edgecliff Park, shown in the lower left corner of the park map, which is approximately 2 miles away and includes a small splash pad and playground, and Valley Mission Park at the north edge of the map, which is about 1.5 miles away and includes a medium-sized playground and 1 of our outdoor pools. Looking at demographics within 1 mile of the park site, we see a population of nearly 13,000 people and a median household income of $56,000, which is below the statewide average at $60,297. There are over 750 households below the poverty level in this area and more than 600 businesses. A little closer to the park, we see there are approximately 3,000 people living here, and the median household income is even lower at $53,980. There are also more than 500 seniors in this area and approximately 250 households below the poverty level. The proposed improvements at Balfour align with several goals and policies in our adopted Parks and Recreation Master Plan, including developing parks that are spread equitably throughout the city, broadening recreational opportunities for both residents and visitors, and developing partnerships to meet community needs for parks and recreation services. Additionally, the proposed improvements to Balfour are specifically listed in the Parks and Rec Master Plan and in Table 7-1 of the Parks and Rec Capital Improvement Program. You can see that for a long time, we've conceived of expanding the adjacent 5.6 acres and adding many of the elements that are in the park design. So question 2, project scope. As mentioned in the introduction, the vision for an expanded Balfour Park dates back more than 10 years to when the city acquired 8.4 acres for civic purposes and developed a conceptual plan for an integrated park and library site located across from City Hall. Working independently, but with the same design team, the library district and the city updated the conceptual plan to a formalized master plan for integrated development of the site. While separate from the library, the park will offer the public a seamless experience with a range of new recreational opportunities, including an amphitheater with future covered stage, a new splash pad with associated restrooms and a signature playground, sport courts, 2 events plazas, a future large picnic shelter, walking paths, open green space, and the recently dedicated Spokane Valley Veterans Memorial. Phase 2 will add the first signature playground in our city and the only splash pad in the service area. Enlarging the park and developing these much needed facilities will expand recreational opportunities for people of various ages, abilities, and income levels in the downtown core of our city. By installing all the park infrastructure in phase 1, as you can see, parking, pathways, lighting, underground utilities, they've all been stubbed into that park building. The stage is set for a cost-effective installation of the playground and splash pad, which were the 2 highest ranked elements for the new park expansion through our public outreach. This photo shows the pad-ready location for the signature playground. The design for the playground has been developed with a variety and accessibility in mind, based on input gathered through our master plan update in 2019 and 2021. This photo shows the pad-ready location for the splash pad. And the splash pad design integrates a variety of features and colors for a dynamic play experience in the heart of the park. Project design. A public process guided the development of the conceptual site plan for the park library site, which was adopted by the City Council in 2013. The conceptual plan envisioned an integrated public space where the library and park function cohesively together. Most of the park elements from the conceptual plan survived the 2019 master plan update and 2021 design process through public input and prioritization. So looking at the final master plan, the park elements include expanded parking, 4 pickleball courts, 2 Hoop Fest style basketball courts, a Seattle Sounders rave soccer mini pitch, the large splash pad with the adjacent restroom and mechanical room, and a police field office in that building actually. And then a central plaza with a large picnic shelter, and of course, next to that, the signature playground. There's also an outdoor amphitheater with a future covered stage. And down here near the entrance to the park, we have our Veterans Memorial and Events Plaza. There's infrastructure throughout these pathways for food trucks and event vendors. And then we have lots of good shade trees and new vegetation in the park. Of course, there's also some open play areas. And there are 3 public art installations, 2 of which are already installed, and a third of which will be installed in phase 2, but they're not included in this grant application due to eligibility. So here is a rendering that shows a vision of the fully developed park oriented looking southwest with the new library and the city hall in the distance. The sport courts and the parking would be off of this slide, kind of to the bottom and to the left of this view. Phase 2 and the entire scope of this grant application is to construct the signature playground and splash pad, the 2 highest ranked elements reaffirmed in our 2019 master plan and prioritized through the 2021 design process. This word cloud generated at an August 2021 community workshop demonstrates the popularity of these two elements. The cost estimate for the playground was obtained through our design team and has been adjusted for escalation for anticipated 2026 construction. The playground area is over 11,000 square feet and is intended to use the Forever Lawn turf playground surfacing system for accessibility and durability. Options for playground elements were voted on in a community design workshop event and selected for a variety of ages and skill levels. Unique features include the ability for children with mobility limitations to get out onto the second story of the largest play structure, and plenty of room and views for parents and grandparents to engage and observe from adjacent seating walls and park benches. The cost estimate for the splash pad was obtained through our design team and also adjusted for escalation for anticipated 2026 construction. The splash pad will utilize a recirculated water treatment system to minimize water consumption. The design integrates multicolored lights and a variety of features for an engaging user experience and visually stunning display. Not shown here, but something I'll be sure to include in August, is the large public art sculpture by Richard Warrington called The Heart of the Valley, which was donated to the city by the Spokane Valley Arts Commission and served as a partial inspiration for the splash pad design. The sculpture will be installed adjacent to the splash pad and anchors sight lines within the park, and its name really speaks to the community anchor point that Balfour Park will become. Since this project depends on LWCF funding as part of its match, the public artwork was left out of the scope of the application due to being ineligible under the LWCF program. Project engagement. Public engagement on the Balfour Park expansion project really began back in 2012 when the city acquired the 8.4 acres adjoining Old Balfour and has continued throughout the current day. The newsletter shown on the left was shared with the community in winter 2022, highlighting the results of a 2-year effort to update the master plan and formalize the park design. Stakeholder interviews, tabling events, in-park canvassing, neighborhood mailers, online surveys, and community workshops were all part of the public engagement process. Regular community updates have continued since Phase 1 construction began in 2023, and the response from the community has been extremely positive. In response to the library district finally securing funding to build their library, the city renewed its efforts to finalize and expand Balfour Park in 2021 and hired the same design team that developed the library plan through a public RFQ process. The design team helped the community influence the final design through an online survey and community workshop. 46 community members attended the workshop, and over 200 individuals provided additional input online. The result was a prioritization of park elements that has led to the Phase 2 project that I'm presenting to you today. Two amazing partners are providing support for the Balfour Park expansion project through donations and joint programming within the park. Although not specifically part of Phase 2, the Seattle Sounders Rave Foundation has committed to donating a soccer mini pitch in the park, which will be completed later this summer after Phase 1 is complete. Rave is seeking to build 26 fields in Washington by 2026, and the mini pitch at Balfour Park will be the first Rave field on the east side of the state. Rave specifically chose Balfour Park because of the opportunity to partner with the Spokane County Library District for curriculum development and programming within the park, and also because of the low income and underserved population around the park. Additionally, our partnership with the Library District is strong, and we annually put on a park program in 3 of our other parks in the city. As the newly expanded park comes online, the Balfour location is expected to become the hub of this popular summer program. I'll develop better slides for these in August, but the project has sustainability goals in several areas, including ecologically through the splash pad design and by increasing tree canopy and stormwater infiltration, socially by tying into the public transit system, providing a natural synergy with the library, creating a location for our police deputies to have a presence in the park, and creating a community gathering space in the heart of our city. And finally, economically, by adding to our city's sense of place and establishing a downtown civic campus for public services. Cost efficiencies. We already have a pledge from the Spokane Kiwanis Club for $40,000 cash donation toward the playground. As mentioned, the soccer mini pitch and 3 art sculptures have been donated to the park but are not a part of this application. But specifically, there are significant cost savings to the Phase 2 project through the ready-build pads with utilities already installed and overall at the project site through the shared use of parking and open space with the separately owned library property next door. And that concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. And I'm looking at the clock to see how I did. A little long.
A little over. Thanks, John.
Yeah, you bet.
Appreciate that. All right. Suggestions on this one. Ann, go ahead.
So you were over time, and just keep in mind in the real presentation, you get cut off at 12 minutes. You ran out of time on slide 28. So there were a lot of things you wouldn't have been able to cover in the real presentation.
I'll trim that down.
You know, make sure you're looking at the project evaluation, the grant manual, and really focus in. You had a lot of great information, but a lot of it wasn't relevant to your grant request. And so you just need to focus a little more on, you know, it's a really cool project, but
I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
You know, we're looking at 60 plus projects. And so you need to, as somebody else said, you need to spoon feed us the things that will give you the points that we can give you, you know, when we're evaluating.
Great. I really appreciate that feedback. Thank you.
Thanks, Ann. Genevieve, go ahead.
Yeah, looks like a great project, John. Pretty exciting, but maybe less time spent on the elements that are going to be in the park that aren't related to this grant specifically. Maybe one slide that just goes over the larger project scope and context, and you could list it then, but then you don't need to go into all of those other features later in the presentation. And that might save you a little time too.
Help me get those minutes back. So thank you.
Thanks, Genevieve. Silvana, go ahead.
Yeah, I did like how when you were talking about the other phases, you mentioned that, you know, the splash pad was already basically had the in-ground infrastructure already in there. You know, because I know that can be really costly, and it just shows how ready you guys are to build. So I thought that piece or that mention was good. When I was looking at your graphics, which were excellent, it looked like there was a building behind the splash pad, and that made me think, is there a restroom associated with this park? And, you know, is it going to be within the proximity of the splash pad that's required by DOH? But that was probably my only question. It's a great project.
That's really helpful. Yeah, that building is the restroom, and it is located right there to be, you know, appropriately close to the splash pad. So I can obviously do a better job of making that clear for you guys. It's funny, that's become known as the $1 million restroom because it cost $1 million, and it's not just a restroom, right? It has the mechanical room, the electrical room, and we even have this police field office in it. So it's really quite a unique multi-purpose building. But yeah, we've taken some flack for our $1 million bathroom. So anyway, I think point taken. I'll make sure to highlight that clearly. Thank you, Silvana.
Yeah, and maybe other people wouldn't notice. That's just something I know from building splash pads. So.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah, it's nice to know that it's existing and in place. So, Doug, go ahead.
Hi, John.
Hey,
Good
Doug.
to see you, man. The only real thing I can say is the time. I mean, you got all the info, you got everything there. What I would suggest doing is in your project scope, maybe address your multi-phases. And then only refer to the other phases in the rest of the presentation when it's specifically relevant. That'll cut your time down on some of the stuff and might get you just enough to make it under the 12. But the information is all good there. It seems to be allocated in the right spots. It's just a lot of info, so you're gonna have to cut it.
You bet. Yep, no doubt. Well, that's a good. Yeah, I think in design, I ended up back on the whole master plan, and that probably just took way too much time. So thank you. That's going to be really helpful.
Yep.
I see you brought this photo up. Did you have a question, Carl?
No, I was just flipping through. It's nice to find, you know, pictures. I like to find a good site plan, you know, like this.
Right.
But one thing I noticed though, that your introduction was pretty long too. So that's another place you can, great information, great graphics. but just move that to some of your intro really only needs to be a minute. Just really set the stage, who, what, where.
Not the first 9 slides.
Dive
Okay.
right in, yeah. And then, but good info. So, move them to the other criteria.
Oh, good. Okay, I'll try to do that. So you all I had lots of extra info, but you understood the project and that we're building 2 things and how it fits in. Great.
Yep.
Well, that is helpful. I really appreciate the opportunity to get your feedback, everybody. And I guess we'll see you in August unless there's other questions. That means you're done for the day too, right?
We are done.
What kind of hold music do you have on in the breaks today, Carl?
Oh, we got the smackdown on the hold music. We had to it was
Well,
like
so then
copyright infringement or something. So we
Oh, that's right. Everybody's virtual right here, so I guess anything goes.
Virtual. Yeah, we used to play some nice hold music, and then they wouldn't let us do it anymore. Even though we're not like, it's not like commercial. We're not,
It's not official. Maybe Doug should just put on music in his house during the breaks.
Yeah,
but I'm not in my house, dude. So it does, I can't throw a record on in the background and just let it play.
There you go. All right. Well, I know you guys have had a long day. I really appreciate it. It's great to see a few of your familiar faces and to meet some new ones there too. So thanks again.
All right. Thanks, John. Have a good night.
You bet. You too.
All right. That brings us to the end. If you all just hang out for just a minute while we wrap up, that brings us to the end of day 1. WWRP Local Parks Technical Review. We have 3 more days starting tomorrow morning, I believe at 9. Is that correct?